extrinsic species. This is V3, and we'll be doing it with Mohammed here. So basically, the idea is about, we always try to do it about creating some kind of creature or character that's kind of in the spirit of Halloween, and it's always with different software and whatnot. And so this year, with Mohammed, it's going to be with like 3D Max and ZBrush and Character Creator and tyFlow, and should be a really fun one. So let me introduce Mohammad Qamar, who's he's actually a graduate from the first year of our master, so he can attest to how awesome it is. It's just a really fun time, and people learn a lot and make some really cool stuff. Mohammed is also a procedural generator at World, so he's working with me full time at World on metaverse building, which is also a lot of fun. So Mohammed, with just under 2 years since graduating, has passionately immersed himself in the realm of architectural design and technology. His career is dedicated to harmonizing contemporary aesthetics with computational precision. He's gained experience at various architecture firms, consistently expanding his expertise in innovative design principles. Now, in his current role as a procedural generator at World, Mohammed finds himself at the forefront of digital world creation. Collaborating with a forward-thinking team, he not only crafts dynamic systems for assets, but also handles their intricate technical implementation within Unreal Engine. This fusion of design, technology, and creativity fuels his passion and drive, providing a thrilling, inspiring challenge in his career. So welcome, Mohammed. Let me stop sharing here, and we'll hand over to you. But real quickly, before we do, just want to mention to everyone here, if you're using the chat, please switch the chat to say everyone so that we can all engage and see what you're saying. Otherwise, you're just writing to me. And as much as I appreciate that, it can feel very lonely for your comments. If you have any questions, you can use the Q&A button. So if you look down on your buttons, Zoom, where all your buttons are, there's one called Q&A. You can ask questions there. Sometimes easier to keep track of it there, so it doesn't get lost in the messages. And reminder that this webinar is recorded, and you will get access to this recording. All that information was on the website and registration page. So with that being said, not everyone learns at the same pace, and we want to give you as much content as possible. So if you feel like the webinar is too fast, or you're having a hard time keeping up, and also, Mohammed may not be able to answer every single question because we do have a set time here. Just keep in mind you'll have the recording, so feel free to just sit back and watch for now, and then you can go back to it more in detail later on your own time. So welcome, Mohammed.
Perfect. Awesome. Hi, everyone. So my name is Mohammed, and I couldn't ask for a better introduction. I think pretty much everything's covered. So today, welcome everyone to Intrinsic Species 3.0. Firstly, what I'm going to do is just going to copy paste a link in the chat for everyone. This is a number of content that we're going to be using within the webinar, so make sure to have access for it. So, cool. I'm going to share some screen.
For me, it works, so it should work for them.
Okay, so just a little bit about myself. Just going to show some recent works that we've been doing at World before we get into the webinar. So, as Mike mentioned, we work with not only just designing, but it's also, the challenge is really the implementation within a world, which probably, thousands of people are going to use. So you also have to worry about optimization, whatnot. So this was one of the projects that we did for World, which is basically an architecture. It's generated in Houdini. It's completely procedural, which means we could possibly generate thousands of these all different, unique, but with this sort of stylized look. Some more work that we did. This was the research that we did for vehicles and crafts. Again, it's all completely procedural, which means there was no manual edits to anything, completely through visual scripting. You can see the kind of quality we're sort of aiming for. But again, it's really cool. At the same time, it's really challenging. So this is a little bit of the research that we did, more related towards architecture. And this is the latest one, which is an overpass. So cool. Thought I'd show you guys so that you can, sort of get the idea of what we're working on. Awesome. So now let's get to the webinar. First, I just want to set a roadmap here. I want to explain to you guys how exactly we're going to be creating. So the first step is that we're going to be doing is we're going to be in Character Creator. What we want to do here is we want to prepare a base mesh. This base mesh is because it's already rigged. And there's multiple programs, for example, Dash 3D, which has a similar setup to Character Creator. But again, this allows us to have a perfect base mesh, which has, all the rigging already done. And, we're just left with the fun part of sort of creating cool characters and then bringing it back to Character Creator. So ZBrush is where we will basically edit the mesh and sort of introduce our own art direction towards it. Then we'll do some texturing. And then after that, we'll bring everything back to Character Creator, and you'll see basically how much power it has, this whole workflow, right? So for example, once we've sort of designed everything, we'll bring it back, and then we'll use Character Creator to edit, even further and sort of create different morphs. And it's all completely, it's sort of procedural. So it's really cool to play around with this. And then for the last part, we're just going to be in 3ds Max, where we're going to add another level of detail using tyFlow for 3ds Max, which is like a plugin for 3ds Max. And yeah, and then we'll have a really cool render output, hopefully, at the end of all of this. So hope that's clear. Cool. Now what I'm going to do is just going to be opening Character Creator. Takes a little bit of time. Awesome. Cool. So once you've opened Character Creator, maybe you see an avatar already here, or maybe you don't. No worries. The general rule is basically very easy. So for example, at the top, you have all the files, edit, create, right? All the basics. And then towards the left, we have the content bar, right? This is basically where all of our assets are, all of our controls are. And then towards the left is everything related to those assets, right? So towards the left, you have the content, and towards the right, you have the edits that you're going to be doing on the content. And if you, for example, if you don't see this, all you need to do is go through Windows and make sure you have a content manager on, which is F4. Also show, I'm going to go also scene manager because I see it's missing over here. Cool. So you should have your layout something like this. And then what we're going to be doing is I'm just going to go and select an actor. So for example, all actor, and then go to character. And then I'm going to go to base. And I'm just going to select one of these avatars, neutral. Takes a bit of time to load. So double click that and it will automatically sort of translate into your interface. Cool. So guys, basic controls is just when you press Alt and left click, this is how you pan in your space. And then if you press right click Alt, you will be able to move around, right? So that's how you basically just move around in the world space. One thing that I do want to do right now is I want to make sure that it has the correct pose. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to all, back again at the top, and I'm going to go to, I believe it was animations, pose. So animations, pose, and then we'll go to checking pose. I think it's not the checking pose. It's the calibration pose. So for example, calibration over here, and I'm just going to select the A pose. So this would give us a nice sort of look, right, about the changes that we're going to be making. Now, the cool thing about Character Creator is that we're going to be basically morphing our character and preparing a base mesh of the creature. So what Character Creator actually does is really cool, is that it allows you to edit each muscle group, with a lot of different controls. So the controls are extensive. So for example, if I have here towards my right, you'll see all these different panels, right? The first one is related to the character, right? The information about the character. And the second one is for the pose. So this is where you'll be editing the pose. And the third one is where you'll be editing all the different body parts of the character. So for example, if I want to select this particular arm, so I'm going to go in, select the arm, and then I'm just going to increase the length. Going to increase the length here. Okay. So you can, it allows until 40, but you can go even above. So I'll just do 200. And you can see, it's really cool. What you can also do is you can also click and drag each muscle group up and down. And what this will do is sort of allow you to control it within the scene, which is also really cool. So I want a really sort of slim character. So that's what I'm going to go with. Selecting the chest, again, the chest scale, you can change that, the height. So it's really about your own art direction, right? Like how you want to basically, how you envision your character. And, it's really about how you want it to look. At the end, I want it to look like really, creepy and stuff. So we're going with the slim and slender look, right? So I'm just going to go to the legs. Again, you can make it really short, really tall. Thigh length, thigh scale. Again, all of this. Cool. Just gonna go to the ankles, probably change that a little bit. Leg, the foot. It's unbelievably detailed, right? So for example, if you go zoom in, you can even change the foot tone, right? So it's really cool. You can really spend a lot of time doing this. That's why if you look into the link, I've already prepared a base mesh for you guys to try on, because I think this part can take a lot of time, trying to get the correct look. So sort of got that process out of the way. And even, for example, you can go to the face, change some facial features regarding the nose size, the width of it. So for example, the scale. I'm going to play around with the scale. For our character, we will have a headgear, so we don't necessarily need the eyes, but we're just gonna make it super small. The eyebrow heights, again, you can change all of that. Try to make it less cool as possible. I really have fun during this part, so it's really cool. You can just go on and on. Cool. So even the ears, you can change the scale of the ears. And yeah, like essentially should be happy with this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the old file and I'm going to open that up, since we already have a character. And if you've had if you've downloaded the file, you would have the avatar base. So that's what we're going to be using in this tutorial. So I'm just going to double click that. Or you can even go open project. I'm just going to locate that desktop. open our content and avatar base, which should be in your intrinsic species folder. And I'm just going to open that. And it says the current project will be discarded. Would you like to save changes? We could say no. And if you see this loading project, we'll just go replace all. Again, feel free to take any character. Cool. So I already have it. As you can see, I've spent a bit of time trying to manipulate and change the character, trying to make it super slender and detailed. One thing I do want to mention is really cool about these characters is that once you have everything ready, you can go to appearance and then you can go to materials. Over here, you're going to be seeing the different textures that are already applied on the mesh, right? So we're going to be using those sort of UVs for our character. So for example, if I click on the head, you can see it's currently selected tongue. And once I select the human head, you can scroll down here. And under texture settings, you can see the base color, the bump map, and all that sort of detail that is being present within this, right? Like so, really cool. So we're going to be using all of that, right, to our advantage. So you have the human skin, again, the body, all these different elements. Now, I think I just need to look at the chat. Make sure we don't have anything. Okay, cool. Let me just look at the chat real quick. Okay, awesome. Cool. All right. So once we're happy with our character, what we need to do is we need to go to the scene tab, right, towards our right. And you'll see whatever elements you have within the scene, right? So I'll go under character. You'll see that we have all these different parts of our character creator creature. Currently not looking like a creature, but we're going to work on that. So you have the base, tongue, the body. What we need is basically, let's just say we need the body, we need the eyes, and we need the teeth, right? So I'm going to go control, and I'm going to go select all these three elements, right? Because that's what we need. And once you've selected that, for example, if I unselect, you can see over here at the top, we have Go Z. Now, this is a plugin that comes with Character Creator Pipeline. So you should see this as, if you don't select anything, you should see this as blacked out. And once you have selected something within, it automatically enables, right? So what we want to do is want to grab the body, the eyes, and the teeth. Okay, one thing that we need to make sure is that we need to open ZBrush at this point. For safekeeping, so let's open ZBrush. Cool. So just open ZBrush. Gonna wait a little bit over here. Cool. So we have ZBrush opened already. What I want you guys to do is go to Lightbox, which is right here at the top. And I'm just going to open a default project, right? So let's just select that and double click. Project has been changed, would you like to know? Cool. So we have ZBrush open. We're going to go through the control panels of ZBrush. No need to worry right now. We just want to make sure that we have our export correctly done, right? So I'm just going to minimize that. The way you minimize is at the top, this panel, which just says hi. I'm just going to press that. And then let's go back to character creator. Where were we? We were actually going to export our body into ZBrush, right? So we select the base body, we select the eyes, and we select the teeth, right? Once we've got everything selected, we're just going to press Go Z, and we're going to have this menu, right? Go Z menu. You might see something enabled over here, nothing to worry about. The only thing that we need to make sure is that we have the A pose correctly. As you can see here, for round trip editing with GoZ, please use either T pose or A pose. So we're going to be making sure that we maintain that poses so that it correctly reads with character creator. So it's an important step to make sure you have the A pose here. And then we're just going to click GoZ. Everything else is to create, right? To make sure everything is create over here, like the bodies, eyes, teeth, and then we just press GoZ. And all of a sudden, don't freak out. Usually when things get exported to ZBrush, they're massive in scale. This is how character creator works, but nothing to worry about. Once we press Alt and right click, and then release, we can, zoom out. Okay, currently we have this. Cool. No, we have this guy. Yep. Okay, so it incorrectly exported this, so no worries. We're just gonna go over here, and we're just gonna go to our subtools. Then we're just gonna go here and delete all. Over here under subtools, delete all. I'm just gonna go here. Cool. And then we're going to do this again. So once we have everything selected, the body, the teeth, the eyes, we're going to go Z. We're going to make sure everything is correct. And then go Z. And for some reason, okay, let's see what's going on here. We have the base plus. Let's just select everything. I'm just going to go select base, and I'm just going to select everything instead of just particular things. And I'm just going to go, oh, okay, I know exactly what's going on. We have this project already open over here. So we're going to make sure we delete everything. Cool. This is one thing you need to make sure of. If you've done previous projects, you need to make sure, because what it's doing is basically updating your previous meshes. So we're going to make sure we have a clean file, right? And now once we have that, I'm just going to go again. I'm going to select the body, the eyes, the teeth, and then I'm just going to go here and create. Okay, for some reason this is not working properly. Oh yeah, okay. So basically, okay, so it's updating over here. No worries. We're just gonna delete this. That's what it's doing, right? It's updating it right over here. It's not updating it on our new tools. Hopefully, since I've already worked on this project, I have it opened over here. And that's what it's updating for some reason. But again, you should have everything. So you can see here, right? Let me delete this. And cool. So you can see here, we have the updated mesh, right? That's from character creator. And it has all our edits. And the way we could basically see this is, so you can see this is when we go to ZBrush, we can see our pose selected, everything is sort of the same, right? Cool. Okay, cool. And it's an A pose, right? That's what we want to make sure that It's enabled. So we have our, like I said, we had our teeth, we had our eyes, and then we had our base body, which was exported. So let me just tell you the controls of ZBrush a little bit. So for example, if you press left click, right, you're just going to toggle around your base mesh. And then if you press Alt and right click and then release, this is how you sort of zoom in and zoom out. Okay, I think we have a question here. Okay. How do we import from the assets in the Dropbox folder? I think how do we import from the assets in the Dropbox folder? I think the simple answer for this is once you've completely downloaded the folder, you should have everything in it. And in that you should have a CC3 base file, which is called the avatar base, Walter. And I think, yeah, that should hopefully get you started. Okay, so let me know if there's anything else. So that's the basic controls, and what I've done is I haven't used my custom layout because I want to show you guys towards the left we have all the materials, you know, so you can really change materials, suit whatever you want. And towards the right we have our subtools, which is almost like different layers that we're going to be working on. So we have this, our body, and then we have the teeth, right? And then we have the eyes. One thing we can do if we're working on particular objects, like let's just say the body, we can quickly go down here and we can quick slow-mo mode. What this does is that completely isolates the selection, right? It completely isolates the selection. And then we can just basically work on this. And you know, once we get rid of solo, we have all the base meshes here. Cool. Awesome. So what's next is, let me show you what we're going to be doing. So once you click over here, draw polyframe, which is also short for Shift F, you're going to see that we have a perfect base mesh. What we want to do is we want to maintain this topology, right? So that Character Creator has the ability to read our meshes. So what we don't want to do is we don't want to manipulate this base mesh. We want to work on top of it. So what we're going to be doing is, let me get rid of this. We don't need this. We're going to be working on, for example, if you go to subtools, you go to geometry towards your right, you have subdivision level. So what we're going to be doing is all our detail that is going to be gathered around is going to go in subdivision levels. So right now we're at subdivision 1. And you know, as we block out and as we start to introduce details, we're going to increase the subdivision level by clicking divide over here. And that is how we're going to basically, you know, add a lot of detail to this already base mesh. And we're not going to manipulate this too much, right? So that's super important. One thing that you guys want to do also as well, since we have our base mesh, we also want to introduce a headpiece. So what I want you guys to do is go to the subtool. And once you open subtool, under our content, we have all these different options. Click append. And once you click append, you'll have this sort of box come up, right? What we want to make sure we do is we want a sphere 3D. So I'm just going to go click here and get a sphere 3D. Now, once you have this in the scene, you're not going to be able to see that because it's super, super small, but it's right here, right at the bottom. So the way we would access that is you click here, get your base, and press W. So W is short for move right here. And then we're just going to drag it up. And then I'm just going to use this in the middle and just scale it up, right? It's going to go scale it up. see whatever I like. Maybe a little bit, you know, not so straight. Cool. I think I'm happy with that. And again, you know, it's completely up to you. I'm just gonna make it a little bit more larger here. And we're going to be editing all of this, right? So we're just blocking out our elements. And yeah, cool. So I have this sphere 3D ready. And we're gonna go back to the body now. Cool. And let me just go solo mode because I wanted to change the face. So again, Alt, right click and release. And then you're just gonna zoom in. And then I'm just gonna pan at the top, right? Up here. Oops, gonna go up here. Cool. And I just wanna make sure, cool, we have, this is our face. I'm gonna go towards the left and I'm just gonna select clay buildup brush over here. This is what we're going to be using primarily to get all our details. One thing that you would notice is that the size of your brush is super, super small. And, you know, regardless of how big actually we can only go this large. So one thing that you want to make sure is that we have the appropriate scale for this, right? So the one thing that you want to do is go at the top and click preference. In preference, you're going to find, you're going to go down and you're going to go to draw. And over here, you're going to select under the draw max brush size. So I'm going to top that up to 5,000. And dynamic brush scale, I'm just going to top it up to 50, right? This is the setting that we're basically going to be working with. And once I do that, all of a sudden my brush is now to scale, right? Like so I can work with a lot of different details and, you know, whatnot. So one thing that I do want to do is I want to change this a little bit. The way I want to do this is I'm just going to increase the size. Again, if you press spacebar, you can also get this menu right here at the top, right? And what I want to do is I want to get rid of the ears. So I'm just going to press Shift. I'm going to hold Shift and I'm going to click my brush. And this would just be like, you know, this would just smooth everything out right there. So that's what I want to get rid of. And for example, if for some reason you don't have symmetry on, please press X. X is a shortcut for symmetry. So at the moment, if you're doing it like this, press X, and then you would see both these pointers. So yeah, just in case. And then what I want to do is I want to go to the brushes and on the move tools under the M, I want to select move topologies. Over here, I'm just going to basically change a little bit of the mesh. So I'm just going to click and drag, right? Just wanted to look at a certain way. So again, it's completely up to you. So I'm also just going to go here. Gonna go here, right? Really cool. I'm just gonna open the mouth a little bit. Again, we're in solo mode, so you know, if you go back, we can see, you know, exactly what we're trying to do. Is we're sort of having this mouthpiece come out a little bit, you know, try to put some expressions to our character. Something like that, right? Little details. I'm just gonna go back to solo mode, just cause. And what I'm just gonna do is a little bit of a manipulation. So we're already on the move topology tool. So I'm just gonna increase the size a little bit. Go towards like 80, and you know, probably have the face a little bit in. Just basic editing, right? So press and drag the way you want it to look. Over this. Again, I think this is cool. I think this is a cool base mesh. What I do want to do is go again space. I'm just gonna go back down a little bit. Select this base mesh. Yeah, cool. Feel like the mouth is open a little bit too much. Cool. I'm just gonna go and also smoothen out the nose a little bit. I think it's just popping up too much for our character. Just gonna move topologies. Gonna make this a little bit more flatter. Again, the way I'm doing this smooth is press shift and then, go through it. Cool. So I'm happy with this. Now we're just going to go out. I'm just going to tell you some cool tips and tricks for the detailing of the body. So cool. I'm done editing my base mesh. What I do really want to do is I want to make sure that I'm saving, right? That's super important. So what I want to do is I want to go to append. I'm going to go to append. And I want to just put poly mesh over here, just to make sure that this is at the top, because, any sort of editing, I just want to go to the poly mesh and I want to rename this to our file, which is going to be CC for creature. And it just goes 01. And I'm just going to have this as top base so that, once we open the file, hopefully there's no editing, and just for safe keeps. Now the way we're going to save the file is we're just going to go file here, click here, and save as. I'm just going to go to webinar content. Actually, I'm just going to make a completely new folder. We'll call this Extrinsic. Species V3, right? Gonna add some space to it. Cool. I'm just gonna click this. I'm gonna go CC for creature 01. And that's how we're going to save our file. So hopefully our file is now saved. So in case we have a crash, we have a backup. Cool. So once we have that done, what I want to go back is I want to go back to the geometry tool. And I'm going to show you a really cool technique to quickly block out stuff, and then sort of really start to add detail, right? So I'm just going to go. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. So I already have subdivision levels, right? So I press this 3 times. Cool. I'm just going to delete higher. I'm just going to delete everything. Cool, right? Because somehow, it's sort of confusing the base meshes. So I just deleted everything. And what I'm going to is just, what I want to do is just go divide here. And let's just go to the 3rd level, right? Let's just go to the 3rd level. This is where we're going to be doing a block out. Cool. So once we've divided it 3 times, I'm just gonna go over. Cool. It's gonna go. This is where the fun part is, right? This is where you can go crazy with all the level of details that you want. So I'm just gonna zoom in. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to select my brush and I'm gonna go clay buildup tool, right? Clay buildup tool, it's really cool. And for the 3rd subdivision level, I think we're gonna stay at this intensity. And you'll see why. So you see, right? Like we already introducing some big, sort of, big chunks of it. So maybe our intensity is too much. So once you go at the top, this is where your intensity is at. So it depends on the level of clay buildup. Like for example, if I go up to like 29, it's going to give even more stronger results. So I really want to go down maybe to, let's just say 20 or 19. And I'm just going to quickly start to block out how my character would look like, right? Like, so I'm just gonna go quickly block out, yeah, stuff. Again, this might, this might look like super rough, but you'll see the results at the end. So what I'm doing is just blocking out different elements that I want within my character. So maybe some bony structures right here. Sort of going here, here, lightly touching. Right, cool. Some bony structures here. Then around the neck, around the stomach, maybe I want something of a cage of sorts. Right, so I'm sort of like really doing that. Again, on the sides, I'm just gonna do some quick blockouts of the ribs. Super quick. For example, here, I'm just gonna go for a bigger piece here. Just so the level of detail is different. Gonna go here, create some sort of blockouts here. And again, by the way, if you feel like some of the results are too strong, just press Shift and just go on top of it lightly. I mean, you don't have to have such strong results already, but cool. So I'm just going to continue this, right? I'm just going to go block out some big pieces with some small pieces. The abdomen is where, I'm just going to do. Again, you don't have to conform to the anatomy. Again, we're building a crazy creature, right? So we have all sorts of mutations happening. So got to keep that in mind and, just have fun with it. So again, I'm doing Shift to like smoothen out the results. Smoothing out the results. Some of this is too much. Yeah. And just lightly going through the mesh, right? Lightly, super lightly. Going through the mesh. And we've already created some sort of like geometry, right? One of the cool things that I really love about this is, you can always go sort of towards your right, change materials, and sort of see what you're doing. And it sort of informs you of the depth of the creature that you're making. But I'm going to go back to my cap. And I'm going to continue the block out. Maybe I want to go even higher with the brush size. Let's just say 33. I want to decrease the intensity because I want some really big pieces at the bottom and the thigh. All right, so yeah, I'm just gonna go here and gonna block out. Maybe the intensity is a little bit too much still. So maybe 5. I'm just gonna go block out some stuff really quickly. Just creating a definition, following basic rules of anatomy. Using our base mesh, I mean, looking at the base mesh, you can already see there's some sort of structure going on. And then just basically using all those details to create more details, right? It's gonna go quickly at the back. Again, really cool. You can make some really cool designs at the back. That's where I, usually love to make all sorts of all sorts of patterns, right? Cool. Again, you can go really rough on this. Just start to block out as many pieces as possible. That's basically the name of the game. It's just, it doesn't have to make sense or not right now because we're going to be going through everything in great detail. So somewhere around here, just gonna go block out some pieces. Right. Create some nice textures, yeah. this really. Again, I'm at a very low subdivision level, right? So I'm at a third subdivision level. So again, you don't have to go top. What we're doing is we're preparing these blockouts, and then we're going to go into more detail for these. So again, I'm going through the older version. Just going to go, on top of this. Settle the. I'm just going to go check if there's any questions. So I'm just going to go over the shoulders. All right, go over the shoulders. And so for example, for the clay buildup or for any brush that we're using in ZBrush, if you press Alt, it has the inverse effect, right? So for example, when you press Shift, it smoothens it out. When you press Alt, instead of building it up, it creates a cavity. So I'm going to press Alt, and I'm just going to go lightly over here at the top. I'm just going to go create a cavity, right? Very lightly, don't need to be exactly accurate. I'm just going to go through the whole process, showing the shoulders. And you can see towards the left, we already are, our details are getting built up pretty nicely. All right. So we're working on only one side of things. I'm going to zoom in. Going to block out the arms. We go through. Again, I'm using the guides of the muscles. I'm just following those through. Nothing special really. And that's how you can, quickly get a nice block out. In case you can't see, press F. If you zoom out or zoom in too much, you can always press F and sort of get back. And then again, use multiple angles to sort of understand. I missed this part here at the back. Gonna go over here quickly. Again, we're not spending too much time. I'm just blocking out stuff. Going through it roughly. So I create. Making sure I just cover everything at this point in terms of textures. And again, I can create some sort of language here. Go back. Nice. Some smoothing here. And we basically covered the top. Again, we're at this third subdivision level. We don't need to go high right now, but we will. Gonna go over these shapes again. Texture is there. Nice. Cool. Now we have the legs. So again, I'm just going to use the muscle groups that I see. You can see here, there's a muscle group here. There's muscle groups here. Go lightly block it out. Over here, I'm going to just create my own language. So I'm just going to go here, go here. Again, completely depends on how, but I'm just quickly blocking it out. Cool. And then I'm just going to go to the knees. Going to make sure these knees blend nicely into it, into this muscle structure. The back, going for the hips. Smoothly, as smoothly as we want. Not everywhere do we want details, right? And so some of the things we can just lightly touch, and then we'll see how we can sort of add detail to that, right? so we don't have to add details everywhere. As you can see over here, we have some breathing space towards the arms, then we have a little bit more busier back, so on. So cool. Nice. I'll go again to muscle groups. Really, this is probably the one of the most time-consuming things of the process, is that you really are directing certain things. So you know, if you're looking for a specific character, you would make sure that you're going for a specific look. But at the moment, we're not. But you'll see how all of this would, you know, sort of morph, really come together at the end. Cool. You can see here, we have a bit of detail, not too much, but yeah, we're covering the little different stuff. Again, the cool thing about these legs are the reason why I want it to be slender, which means, you know, we have to work less on these, and instead we can just work on the bone and really sort of, you know, bring our creepy character to life. Yeah, right through the bones. Then we have some muscle here. We're just gonna put muscle group here, put one muscle group here. I'm just gonna go to the thighs. For the thighs, I'm just gonna go. I'm just gonna create some chambers right here. Okay. Yeah. Slow. Cool. Nice. As you can see here, we've missed a spot. No worries. Let's get that as well in there. Yeah, just touching it up, right? And then once we have the bones, just putting more emphasis on the bones here. So touch everything. Towards the right, we have again another muscle group. This itself can be a bigger one. So I'm just gonna go through that. And essentially at this point, you would have something like this, where you've touched every single part. Maybe I want to go here a little bit. And you know, you can even touch the face if you want to, but it's not necessary. Let's just go with the smaller size. Gonna basically small size. Actually, maybe we want to go with 24. Okay. Sort of going through the face, sort of just introducing it some sort of texture, really. I think. Yeah. Just so that doesn't feel like it's left out. Just lightly touching up. Very lightly touching up. You know, and then I'm just gonna blend that in into the character. Again, doesn't need to be accurate. Just gonna blend that in. Cool. Yeah, so we have something going on. Maybe I want to block out this part a little bit with the smaller stuff. And again, wherever you find you need to sort of add a little bit of detail, just feel free to go over it. And just make sure you touch up every single thing. So I'm just gonna go towards the throat. Towards here. All right. If you don't like something, just press Shift, and you know you can just smoothen it out. So cool. At this point, I think this is good enough. And then I'm just gonna go into more detail. So I'm just gonna go to divide 3 times, which means now we're at 5 subdivision level. And you can see already our stuff is blended in. Now what we want to do with the clay builder brush is we want to go to, let's just say, the intensity 2. and I'm just gonna go over these blockouts that I already made, right? So we're not adding detail, we're just sort of focusing on detail, right? So I'm going back, sort of going through everything. Let's make sure these pieces mean something, right? This is the cool part about this specific workflow that I showed you with the blockouts is that you can quickly get, good details, right? Especially for this a setting like this webinar. I think you can really get lost into putting in much more detail. But what we want is we do want our character to look, with certain level of detail. We just don't want it to, because we're basically art directing it in ZBrush, right? We want it to look a certain way. We can't have random stuff, right? That's the whole point of this workflow, is that this is the part that we sort of tell the program how it's going to look at these creatures, right? How are they going to look like? In a way, I look at it like human beings, right? We have certain characteristics which are similar across the board. We have different genes, we have similar genes and stuff. So this is where you basically just define your human being. Again, I'm just going through all the level of details, and you can see it, right? It's pretty cool. It's almost getting refined slowly. You have to go through the whole process here. So you touch every single block out that you've done. So again, just concentrating on the muscle groups. And cool. So cool. Okay. I'm just gonna go towards the back. I'm gonna do the same process, detailing. And I kind of want to keep all these sort of like textures and lines that we're creating using the clay buildup. Because once we go to the texturing process, these will really help. I mean, not everywhere, obviously, but like somewhere I just wanna make sure I smoothen things out. But again, very similar process. Just doing the work. I'm just making sure I'm quickly going through all the different body parts, all the muscle groups that we've created, right? Super simple, because I'm not really using any technical brushes over here or alpha maps or whatnot. I'm just using the basic brushes. Simple workout is just create a block out at subdivision level 3, and then just at subdivision level 5, just simulate those blockouts that you've created and sort of detail them. And usually this part takes the most time because we're trying to cover every single part of the body. Good thing is we have symmetry on, otherwise this would take forever. Cool. Quickly going through over these guys. What really helps with with ZBrush is having a tablet. I think it's super important because, you know, I mean, I've done a fair share of mouse sort of clay modeling with myself as well, and you know, this is always much easier once you get the hang of it, and you know, it really helps to speed up the process in terms of creating concepts and whatnot, right? So again, like I said, I didn't have a specific detail in mind. I just like this sort of almost like a skin texture, right? Just added skin texture. Cool. So with legs. What we want to do is we want to make sure we're saving the file. So save as. Then the species, save, place it. Absolutely. Cool. Once we're at the back, same process. Cover everything. And of course, you guys will get the recording of this, so it's super important to understand the workflow. You know, of course, there's different levels of skills that are involved, so no need to worry. Everything takes time. So, you know, I don't consider myself in any shape or form professional at ZBrush, but you know, you do get used to it once you start doing it. So, cool stuff. Again, you know, I'm just sort of going through all this. Oh, detail. Getting in the different areas, the body. So we get the texture everywhere. Sweet. Nice. This. Again, every single opportunity where I see a bump, I just would like to, you know, go over it and sort of make it more visible. This sort of adds depth to your character. It keeps adding you know, a level of detail. Because if everything is flat, again, you know, it's less interesting. But of course, towards the legs, we find ourselves a little bit more looking for simplicity. Where we don't have such intense block out. So just redefining the calf muscle. Cool. Just going through, making sure I extenuate the bones, maybe at the back here as well. The ankle, don't forget the ankle. On the side, we really don't want anything else. Because usually this part is more of like skin. But still, you could take the previous shapes and sort of work them in, blend them in to the shape. I'm just gonna go over this. And now get the same sort of texture. just gonna go smooth it in a little bit. I think some areas are just too much at this point. Cool. Nice. Again, we've covered top. We haven't covered the arms. Make sure we covered the shoulders as well. Muscle groups, again, just repeating whatever I see bulge out, I almost like recognize it as a muscle group and then just go over it. You can see that way we're just like creating this detail, right? Even though it doesn't exist, but we're sort of adding that layer by ourselves. So this one is a whole muscle group. Just gonna go over it. Cool. Again, super simple process. Just looking at the muscles, block out, making sure I get that. We are going to go through the fingers. So let's make sure we have the correct brush level. So maybe 24. Okay, not 2.4. Let me just go through the hand to get some textures in. Again, very lightly, very lightly. That's all I have to do. And then I'm just gonna go smooth it out a little bit. Gotta have the texture somehow. Now what I want to do is I want to decrease my brush size, so maybe 14. What I want to do is sort of create this bone, right? Like the knuckles. Just try to make sure I just little details. Again, it's all about imagination. So I just see this as bones going through. Smoothen it out a little bit. Yeah, you don't have to go through the fingers, but I'm just gonna go through it anyway. Cool. You haven't been through the neck, so let's just touch that part up as well. Again, I'm going to press Alt and just see this as a cavity here. Just going to smoothen it out, smoothen this out a little bit. We're going to work on these guys. Have some sort of character. Pretty funky. You press F again. You're sort of lost. Touching every single part of this. Cool. I'm just going to go to the face now. By the way, we do have a headpiece, so I'm just going to quickly do the headpiece as well. Because that's part of our design. This is cool enough. It's going to go to the face. And I'm just going to go through. Oops. Maybe the draw size is too much. So let's go to 6, maybe. Right. And then I'm just going to go towards the nose. Again, Alt to create that breathing cavity, because it does the opposite, right? And across the lips, I'm just going to go create some creepy, crusty sort of stuff. Again, it doesn't have to make sense. The creature. So, have that sort of leverage with us. And some sort of detail. Bulge. Why not? Some cavity here. Then some bulge here again. And I'm just going to go. Just for texture's sake. Very softly running through. Sort of. And then, basically blending it in. Cool. So we basically touched every single part. Of course, it's not going to be perfect, and we have time constraints as well. So I'm just going to leave it at that. Of course, there is more work to be done. So what I'm going to be doing now is, once we've sort of covered the body, I'm going to go back to subtools, and I'm just going to select our sphere. But I'm not going to be in solo mode because I really do want to understand what's the relationship between these two. So again, simple, going to brush, and going M, and then move topology. The move topology is super important because it sort of moves the geometry. And if you use just move, it just moves the overall mesh. So, it really doesn't help. It just deforms the mesh. So, oh, again, make sure you notice something. The X wasn't on. Now it's on. So I do want the nose to show up. So I'm just going to go here. gonna go here, gonna go sort of like a mushroomy look, fungus look. I mean, yeah, yeah. I just want this to be a little bit down, so a little bit deformed. Okay. So just a natural deformation, right? Just a natural deformation. Again, starting to like let's see where we can go with this. Yeah, this looks kind of cool. Cool. I think that's a good base mesh. And then again, similar process, right? We're gonna go back. We're gonna go to geometry. We're gonna divide this 3 times. And then we're gonna go clay buildup, as we did. Maybe the size is too much. 38 seems correct. And maybe even the intensity, we need a little bit more. Oops. Oh, by the way, at the top over here, you see, this is where our history is. So in case you click the slider, make sure you have that at the end so that it doesn't sort of mess up your progress. Cool. So I'm going to press space. So going up, I'm just going to do it here. So 60 is a bit too much. So we're going to go 38. 38 seems fine. And we're going to increase the intensity to, let's just say 5, right? Then I'm just going to quickly do an overall shape of this. Cool. Already looks like a mushroom, right? Right. We're just quickly building up details, right? Quickly building up details. I'm even going to go underneath this. I'm just going to introduce some bulges here. The same sort of language. So the key is to make sure we're using the same language that we were using in the body. That's why I like this style so much, is because it's just super quick, but at the same time, it gives you a great level of detail. Again, don't need this. Cool. Body. Here. You can press stuff. I am happy with this. Gonna quickly touch up. VP. Just gonna look at the chat quickly. Okay, there is a trial version of Character Creator, by the way. And also, if you're a student, I think you can sign up through your email. There's certain requirements, and then you can, get like 60% off of the actual software, which is really cool. So, that's also there. Okay, no, just a little bit too much. I'm gonna go a little bit bulgy over here. Probably smoothen it out. Make sure it's safe. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to subtools, geometry, and I'm going to divide this, divide, right? 5 times. And I'm just going to zoom in here. And again, similar process really. We're going to decrease the intensity to 2. We're going to decrease our draw size to maybe 20 seems reasonable. 24 even. And I'm just gonna work on these shapes that I've already gotten. And probably start off with the top, start off at the top, then work our way down. Again, I'm using the already made shapes, sort of adding more texture, more layering to it. You can see here, I'm just gonna bulge it right here. Probably have a bulge here somewhere as well. And we already have a bulge here. Bulge here. And with that, then at the bottom we have stuff. Then I'm just gonna go Alt, and I'm gonna click just to create some sort of cavity. And it almost looks like it's sort of occupying this host of sorts, right? Like it's really locked onto his head or her head. So make sure you have that. So you're creating those bulges nicely. Again, I could end this bulge right here. Then I could continue one more. Cool. So touch up at the back a little bit. That. More. We're going to create some more here. We missed this part. And again, I'm just going to use Alt to sort of, create that language, which is like, it's almost like gripping his face. Okay, cool. And the way we could actually add more detail, and I'm just going to start at the top again, make sure it's all covered. Yeah, I could really go on and on. It's just one of those things. Cool. Well, I really like this. Gonna get rid of the obvious sort of marks. If you want this to blend better. Cool. I think that's cool enough. Yeah. Okay. Cool. We have a lot of different bulges. We have a lot of different textures. Yeah. Not bad. Now for the next step. So we have our base mesh. One thing we do have is we have all our UVs for our body, right? And we don't have UVs for our head, that's to say. And that is a problem because again, when we're going to be exporting substance, we need that head, to have UVs for proper UV mapping and for all the details. So I'm just going to quickly go over that. So once we have this open, right, I want to go to solo mode. And so once we have it in solo mode, right, what we want to do is we want to go to our subtools, and let's just go to all low, which means it just takes all subtools to the lowest level. And we have that. Now we're going to go to Z plugin, and then we're going basically what I'm going to do is let me dock this right here. So the way you dock it is you click this and then you press this button here, and it sort of docks on the sides, which is really helpful because it sort of disappears again and again, right? So we want to make sure that we have that. So there's a really cool plugin that comes with ZBrush, which is called the UV Master. And you know, what we want to make sure is we have the plugin. The plugin comes already installed anyways. So what we want to make sure is we want to work on a clone. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be taking this mesh, we're going to be UV unwrapping it, and then we're going to copy the UVs from the clone towards our original mesh, right? So that is what we need to make sure. So cool. So make sure our poly groups and symmetry is on, and we'll click work on a clone. Once you click work on a clone, you'll have this, right, space mesh. Zoom out. Nice. But as you may know, this is currently just one poly group, right? We want to make sure we have multiple. So what I want to do is I want to press Control Shift. I'll select half of it, right? I think it's Alt. And then make sure you have symmetry on. Oh, okay. Again, make sure you have your X enabled. So don't press X. So if you have symmetry on, press X to disable it. And then we're going to press Control Shift. And then we're just going to select half of it. And then we're going to press Control W to assign it another poly group. And now if you go Control W and click Control W, Control Shift and left click again, you will have our mesh appeared, right? So once we have that, we can almost go, once we have that different poly groups, we make sure that we have symmetry and poly groups on, and then we unwrap. And now we have it unwrapped. And the way we would see it is we would press flatten, and then you would see these UVs nicely mapped onto here. So what we want to do is we want to make sure we unflatten this, right? Super important. We unflatten this, and what we're going to be doing is we're going to be copying these UVs, right? And we're going to go back to our original file, which is this one. I'm just going to remove the solo. And what we're going to be doing is selecting from the subtools our base mesh, which we have, and then we're going to be pasting the UVs on top of it, right? So we have those UVs. Oh, actually, wait a minute. We're going to go back to our original one. Once we have UVs, we're going to be copying those UVs. So make sure you copy those UVs from here once we've done that. And then we go back to our original file here. We're going to select our mesh, and then we're just going to go paste UV. You can double click and stuff. Select, paste UVs. And then the one way we could check this is we can go to texture maps. Go under texture maps over here. We're going to go select, and we're just going to press texture 19. And as you can see, we have our UVs here, right? That's what we wanted. So I'm just going to turn off the textures, turn off this. Cool. Now we have our UVs and everything ready, literally. And now what we're going to be doing is, as you can see, it's currently all low, right? And what we're going to be doing, all that detail that we did, we're just going to go extract it as normal maps. That's the next step. So the first thing that we want to do is we want to make sure that, again, we have Z plugins over here. We want to make sure that we have FBX export, and make sure that we have visible and bin and smooth normals on, right? Because this is almost like a base mesh that we're going to be texturing on, right? So we want to make sure we have that. So make sure you have it on. under subtools, I'm just going to turn off the unnecessary stuff that we have that we don't need. And before exporting, I'm just going to go save as, and I'm just going to go save it as maybe creature 2, just for making sure that we have our original copy. And we're going to be exporting that, right? Correct. We export this. Make sure you have visible on, everything is on, and then just double checking, then export, and then I'm just going to name it as DC feature text. Just going to export that in a bit, and our file is already exported. The way we would check this is species. You can click this, and we have our different UV texture sets. Now we have all our UVs. Hopefully done, right? Cool. So now we have our UVs, and now we're going to be going to another plugin, which is in ZBrush, which is called the Multi-Map Exporter. Now the Multi-Map Exporter is really cool. What it allows us to do is extract all the detailed information that we have within the 5th subdivision level, and sort of bring all that back in terms of maps, right? So we want to make sure our mesh is optimized. It's not dense, because for sculpting, this mesh would possibly be unusable for any sort of whether it's for games, whether it's for animation. It would be extremely hard to use. So I want to make sure we have everything as low as possible, and then all the information from the cavity maps and the normal maps is how we're going to be implementing all that detail. So once we have the multi-map exporter, want to click this. You want to make sure you have normal and you have cavity on, right? You want to make sure you have normal maps and cavity maps on. Make sure you have subtools on as well for create export mesh. Make sure subtools on, and your map size is 4K. Now you can go to as high as you want, but again, 4K is just right. The other thing that you want to make sure is you want to make sure that your flip V option is on. It's super important, and you're going to see why later on. And the next thing that you want to go on is export options. Now in export options, you want to make sure in the normal map, you have your highest subdivision level, which is 5. And then you want to make sure you have tangent, adaptive, smooth UV, and normals on. Super important. And then the cavity maps. So these are the normal maps and the cavity maps. So you're going to click the cavity maps and make sure you have use curve all subtool. And now the reason why we need this is because all the crevices, all the little detail that we have, all the highlights that we have are stored in the cavity maps, right? We want to make sure we, in some sense, are controlling that, right? For example, once we have these settings on, you can also find these settings in your settings manual, which should be in your intrinsic species folder. So make sure that is on. And once that is completely on, everything is correct, I want you to go to masking. You have an option here under deformation masking, and we'll go scroll down all the way to cavity map, right? The cavity maps. One thing that I do want to make sure is I'm all high right now, because I really want to see all that detail, right? So I'm on body right now, and I'm just going to go solo mode. Cool. So once I've done that, I'm going to go to masking, and I'm going to go mask by cavity map, right? This is where we're going to be controlling stuff. So the way I would see this is make sure you go to render at the top. And right now it's a preview, so I need it flat, and that's how we're going to be seeing it. So make sure that render, it's flat. Originally it's preview. And then I'm just going to click. You might have this on 100, so make sure you take it down to 10, 15, and then we're going to click mask by cavity. And as you can see here, we have some really nice details, right? From those lines that we had with our texture maps has perfectly mapped onto this, which is really cool, right? All that level of detail has been stored into the higher mesh. And these are the maps that we're going to be using, right? So for me, I think this is really cool. Again, you might see your curve be like something like this, which is a little bit wide. You want to make sure that you have your curve, bring it down, maybe even till here. And then if you use mask by cavity, you'll have some nice highlights, you'll have some midtones, and you also have some good cavity maps. So cool. I think I'm happy with the settings. So I'm just gonna go here. Again, render. I want to go back to my preview, and this is just a mask. So I'm just gonna click here. And then if you see the white material, you're just gonna go here, matcap, have that original material with you. And what you want to really do is you want to make sure you export all these maps, right? So I'm just going to go out of solo mode. I'm going to go out of solo mode. Cool. And I'm just going to go to our UV exporter. Again, I need to make sure I'm all high. Right. And just going to go to the multi-map exporter on as a plugin. We have all our settings ready. And we're just going to go to create maps. And now I'm just going to locate our folder. And in this folder, let me make a separate folder, PC4. It's going to go map. Right. And what you want to make sure though is, look, you don't need all this different settings. You just need to make sure you have a single letter, and you'll see exactly why. Because there's a certain convention that's being followed after this C, and that will allow us to sort of tile our UV textures together, which we'll see later on. So once you have all these settings done, everything, I'll just go save, and I'll just go create maps, right? And then it's going to take a little bit more time. So you can see it's processing adaptive rays, and we'll just wait until these are done. If you have any questions, guys, please feel free to ask. I know this might be a lot to take in, obviously, with the ZBrush session and, doing it quickly. What I really want to emphasize on this is the workflow that we're following. Basically, we're taking a base mesh in ZBrush, we're taking a base mesh in Character Creator, we're manipulating it, we're bringing it to ZBrush, adding our artistic direction, and then we're bringing it back to Character Creator with the textures, and then we're sort of manipulating the way we want the character to look, even after we've done all this sort of, art direction editing. Usually what happens is when you create a character, it usually doesn't have all that information. So now you are able to manipulate all that information with the rig character. I mean, that's amazing, right? Thanks, Walter. Really appreciate it. And yeah, you guys will have the recording anyway, so you can practice in your own time. The sculpting part is a bit overwhelming. That's understandable. I mean, I found sculpting to be, it does take time to get used to it, but once you get used to it, again with the tablet, I think it's really fantastic. You can get results really nicely. And this exact same process on a mouse would have taken me ages, right? So that's really not doable. Nice. Okay, cool. So we have all our maps exported already, which is cool. Now what we want to do is we want to bring all these sort of different meshes to Character Creator, right? So it's as simple as this, right? So over here, when you go at your tools, you'll see a Go Z button and you'll go all. What I want to do is I want to make sure I have the all open, and this would allow us to take everything. Go Z, when you press Go Z, it only takes a certain part of your selected mesh. For example, if I go and select the base body and press Go Z, it's only going to update the body. Oops, sorry. And then we're going to click all, and it's going to give us a dialog box, which is going to say, please read this carefully. And then we're just going to go. Nice. So we have, once we've done this, it will quickly open Character Creator, and it will automatically have all these sort of things aligned together, right? And it's basically saying all of these different things that you want to update, right? So yes, that's why we didn't change any of the names, because Character Creator would read all those names. And then we have this new mesh that we created, this PM 3D sphere, that is going to be created as an extra geometry. So once we update this, nice. As you can see here, we have all of our sort of, you can see the manipulation that we have. You can see the characters, it's super low mesh, but again, we have all our sort of assets here. And this is our star over here. No worries, we don't need this. So we're just going to go to the scene and we're just going to go, basically turn this off. And we have our mesh. So as you can see here, we have, we have all the detail preserved, really, even the nose stuff that we did. So that is the reason why we don't manipulate the mesh. Super important. One thing that I do like to test is once we have this, I want to go to the head, and I want to use one of my texture maps that I've exported to check if it's correctly done, right? I'm just going to go to my desktop. I'm going to go to Extrinsic Species, default maps. And then what I want to do is I want to select this sphere. And once I open it, it's going to map a little bit differently. Then I want to go to UV settings. And once I click this, so this small button right here, remember we did flip V. That's the reason why we did it, so that it could perfectly read this. So once we click this, you can see here, the map is perfectly, look at all that detail that we sort of exported, right? Super awesome. So like I said, this was a test. We don't really need to do this right now. So we have this perfectly done. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to save this, by the way. I'm going to go save a project, project save as. And then I'm just going to go to intrinsic species, and we're going to go of our avatar creature, right? Avatar creature. I'm just going to save that. Cool. Now we have everything saved. We know it's working. Now is the fun part of just texturing, right? So there's a little bit of technicalities there as well. Okay, cool. We have, if you remember, we have our FBX already. So what we want to do is we want to go here and open Substance Painter. I'm going to open Substance Painter. Just going to wait. And I'm just going to close this. And again, a very simple UI. You have all the, again, this shelf might be here for you guys. I have just placed mine right here. So you have all the materials here. You have your working panel here. So right now it's split into two, which makes it, so if you click over here at the top, 3D and 2D. So it basically tells you that you have a texture map. You have your 3D FBX, and then it also shows you the UVs. So at the moment, we only need 3D. So I'm just going to click 3D only, and you can press F2 as well for shortcuts. And once we've done that, we need to go to our intrinsic species, and we have our CC creature textures, right? What we're going to be doing is just going to be drag and dropping it here. Once we've done that, you will have a menu, which is called the new project. And, you know, we have the document resolution. What we want to do is make sure that we have used UV tile workflow. The reason why we want to do this is because then we're able to paint across tiles. So like I said, in Character Creator, we have our textures which are split into different parts. But they are part of one mesh, right? So they're a texture set. And this is what we see over here, is that you use the UV tile workflow per material, which enables painting across tiles. So we're able to seamlessly attach details across the different UV tiles. So I'm just going to go with 4K, like our settings, and make sure the normal format map is OpenGL, not DirectX, OpenGL. And I'm just going to go, okay. And we have our texture. Nice. We have our FBX. And if you click over here, the F1 or press F1, 3D, 2D, you're going to be seeing that we have our texture tiles right here. Oh boy. You know, we have all our tiles here. Pretty cool, right? So we can paint across them seamlessly. And the way I'm doing this is Alt and left click. So, you know, you don't need to rotate it. Actually, I did it by accident, but I mean, yeah. So you have all these different UV tiles for one mesh, right? And you can see over here. So what we want to do really is we want to export all our details. Because right now at the moment, if you see, we have a low poly mesh. So we're going to go to our intrinsic species folder. And we have all our maps here. We have our cavity map, and we have our normal map. First, I would just want to make sure I put in all the cavity maps. Again, we don't need the eyes, or we don't need the teeth, or the tongue. It really doesn't matter, right? But for momentarily, I'll just make sure we'll have everything, except the teeth, because really no point. And what I want to do is I want to select all the cavity map. I'm just going to drag and drop it over here. Once I do that, I'll have this dialog box open, which has all the maps. What I want to do is I want to select and press Shift, and then select everything. And then what I want to do is convert this into textures, because that's what they are, right? The textures. And import your resources to project untitled, which is what we have right now. Now, once you've done that, you've import. And what you'll see is your texture sets are now preserved, right? So you have the base mesh that you did, which is separate. And then you have your body, which everything is connected to, as you can see here. We have 6 tiles, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? 6 tiles. And we have 6 maps for those. I just want to show you one thing. So once we've got everything here, oops. Okay. Oh, geez. Okay. Okay, cool. I like that. Once we have that opened, what we want to do is, these are cavity maps, right? I want to make sure. One thing that I'm having a little bit difficulty in, making sure how I can hide this. Hide video panel. Hide floating medium show. Yeah, cool. Okay. Cool. Okay. Nice. Okay, so I have this now, and I want to export my textures. Again, I'm just gonna go to okay, sorry, hide 39 controls. Space, Windows. I'm just gonna reset my UI because it's all messed up for some reason. I will have the shelf here. Have the shelf still here. And I'm just so again, if you have it messed up, no worries. Go to your Windows and then reset UI. It's always good to have these sort of problems. Then you have to debug them. So just reset UI. And once you've done that, what I want to do is I want to go to my texture set, right? And under curvature, that's where I want to drop my map here. That's where I want to drop my curvature. And you'll see the result of this in a moment. So once I go at the top, right now it's on materials, I go down, I use curvature, and there you go. You're going to see all that level of detail sort of mapped onto your texture set. Super cool, right? Once that's done, I'm gonna make sure that I export all my maps. So right now we just did the cavity maps. Actually, let me just go on and put those to this as well. So we have the sphere 3D. I'm going to take this map and I'm just going to put it to cavity. And hopefully you'll see this load as well. Nice. Cool. And now once that's done, I want to make sure I also export all my normal maps. So select these. Cool. And going to drop it in again. And again, we see similar sort of stuff, right? Again, select everything, undefined, we go to, because this is a texture, we go to project and title. Oh, okay, I just canceled it by mistake, my bad. I'm just gonna do that again. Select everything, go undefined and go to textures. And then I'm just gonna go project untitled. Okay, I think I'm having problems double clicking this. Weird. Project untitled. Nice. Okay. And then we have our normal maps again with the similar sort of a very similar way, right? So right now we have sphere 3D enabled, and I'm just going to go select this map and I'm going to drop it to the normal map, right? And again, I want to go to the body. I'm going to select all these 6 texture maps, and then I'm going to put it to the normal map. All good, nice. We have all our maps now. And if you go back to materials, you'll see something. That all our detail is now mapped onto it, right? Like, look at that. All our different level of detail has been mapped onto this, right? Super cool. So if you press Shift and right click, you can change the sun within substance, and then you can sort of really see all the details coming out through the shadow. And the way you zoom in is again Alt, right click, and then you can just zoom in, and then Alt, left click, you can pan around. Quite similar to both of the different programs. And if you want to pan stuff, Alt, middle mouse button, and that's how you pan stuff, right? Cool. So once we have all these sort of textures, what we want to do is we want to bake all this information, right? Before texturing, we want to bake all this information. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be going to bake map, bake mesh maps. And over here, firstly, we need to make sure that this is 4K, right? Otherwise, we would have a really low resolution map. And if you check your settings manual, you'll see exactly what we need to do. So again, we need to use low poly mesh as high poly mesh because again, we're using the normal maps. We don't need the normal maps because, again, like we have this information. We don't need ID. And again, we don't need curvature because we already have the curvature, right? We've already placed that in the cavity maps. So once we have all that going for ourselves, pretty cool. So position and thickness I'll still keep. And then let's go down, see if we need to change anything over here. Yep, so for the match, we need to make sure it's always by mesh name. Super important, by mesh name, so that it's sort of, you know, all the information that's processing by itself and doesn't get affected by geometry around it. Just looking. Yep, I think we're good to go. Cool. So I'm just gonna go bake selected textures, which is all the textures. Yeah, let's see. Gonna take a little bit of time. A lot of baking of different textures. That's also part of the workflow. You see. Great question. Cool. I think we're done. And we're just gonna press OK. Now, one thing that we do need to fix is once we turn off the body, you do see there's some dark. That is because it sort of took the mesh around it, and that's how it projected all the information and the ambient occlusion. So you have all these gray spots here. But no worries, we can get rid of that. What we need to make sure is, again, I'll do this first for the body, because once we turn off the head, you can see that sort of, you know, not happening here. So all we need to do for that is go to base body, go to layers, not layers, sorry. Go to our textures, and we're just going to be redoing the ambient occlusion, right? So we're just going to cancel that. We're going to go bake mesh maps, and over here we're going to turn off everything. And then we're just going to do ambient occlusion with similar settings like last time. So one thing that we do need to do is we need to click ambient occlusion, and it will take us to the ambient occlusion bake parameters. Over here, we need to make sure one thing. So self occlusion is always, we need to make sure that it's only same mesh name. And I guess that is the only thing that we need to change. And then we're just going to bake selected textures. As you can see here now. Nice. So ambient occlusion maps are fine now. Then we have to do a similar thing for our headpiece. So once we've done that, again, I'm just going to go back, select the sphere. I'm just going to delete this ambient occlusion map. Bake mesh map. I'm going to turn off everything, ambient occlusion, make sure always is only same mesh name. Again, you have to change this, and bake selected textures. Nice. And if you look at it now, you'll see no gray parts, so that's cool. And yeah, so that is pretty much it in terms of the textures and the information that we needed to bake. Now onto the fun part, right? How are we going to color our creature? I'm going to show you some really cool techniques. First, we'll just go over the body. So I'll just turn off our base mesh, just because it's a little bit clear to see. Give me a moment. Cool. Sorry for that. So once we have all of our information, it's gonna go. The first thing that we need to do, we need to create a fill layer, right? So again, I think my favorite way out is reset UI. I don't know how many times I'm going to do that, but bear with me, guys. So again, first what we're going to be doing is so I'm just going to delete whatever is base, and I'm just going to create a fill layer. So add fill layer. Just going to click that, and then you would see nothing, right? It's because we haven't added much color. So if you go down to the properties, you will see the base color. And what I'm looking for is, again, you could go crazy with it, but go with the bluish, darkish tone right here. Nice. Make it a little lighter. Yeah, let's go with this. And once we've done that, nice. Once we've done that, now we're going to be adding another layer of, let's just say, darker color, right? So for example, I'm just going to copy paste this. I'm just going to copy paste this layer. And let me just call this base color. And this one, I would like to call this. Detail, maybe. That's one. And what we're going to be doing is have a more darker version of this color. At the moment, it's encompassing the whole picture. No worries. That's where we use the masking, right? It's similar to everything else. So we go over here and we add a black mask. Once we've added that, you can see that we reverted back to our colors because our mask is currently all black. And once we introduce white into it, it starts to give us results. So once we have that black mask, we're going to be going over here in the first, and we're going to add effects. And from effects, we're going to be adding add generator. And remember, we have to get this mask selected, and after that, we're going to be adding effect, right? So currently our generator is empty. What I want to do is I want to go to the mask editor, this particular logo. I'm just going to click here. And once I click here, you'll probably see something, right? All of a sudden, you are seeing, you're seeing you're seeing this, right? Like, do you see all these different sort of strokes? I think it's a little bit difficult to see, so let me make it a little bit more clearer. Yeah, I mean, even though I don't want it to be clear, but I mean, for the sake of the tutorial, I think I'm just going to go with this so that you guys can see. It's pretty much done a lot of detail, right? So this is the procedural way of texturing, right? You use all the baked maps, and then you don't have to go to the crevices and paint stuff. We let all the different information in the maps do the work for us. And once we have that, again, global balance, you can change the amount that we see these sort of stuff, right? I'm just going to go over here to 0.44. And again, the global contrast is something that we can change. If you want more contrast between the two colors, less contrast, and then more contrast. So the lower the values, the more the contrast. So I think this is pretty cool. And then we're not going to be worrying about the other textures because, again, we're building things up, right? the next thing that I want to do is I want to add some sort of depth. So again, a very similar process. Add a fillet, change base color to some muddy brown, something like that. Once we've selected the base color, again, this is a little bit too much. Cool. Once we have that base color, again, we're going to be adding a black mask. Once we add that black mask, we're going to be going again into add generator. And again, let's name this layer so that we understand what each one is doing. And in this generator at the moment, you can see it's empty. What I really want to do is I want to introduce some dirt into it. So I'm just going to go search for dirt over here. You can even type stuff, right? So over here, I'm just going to type dirt. Click this. And we have something really cool. Nice. But again, this is massive dirt levels, so we don't want that much dirt. We just want a hint of it to highlight our cool textures, highlight our details. Maybe too less. I think this is cool. I think this is okay. Nice. I think I like this. So we're going to stick to this level. Next up, we're going to be doing a similar process again, just adding levels of details. At the moment, we don't have any normals, right? So we want to add that sort of detail as well. So the way we're going to be doing that is, again, it's quite similar. We're going to be producing a fill layer. We're just going to make sure that we name this. That's bump one. The color that I want for this is similar to the color that we had, but actually it's a little bit darker. I think this is cool. And once we've done that, we need to make sure of one thing. So at the moment, we were just changing the base color, right? But we can just certainly do more. And over here in the height, we can increase the height. At the moment, we don't have anything, right? We don't have anything. So increasing the height wouldn't change anything. But as soon as we follow a similar process, let's just say we add the black mask, and then we add a generator. And in the generator, we're going to be selecting something called fractal. No, okay, so we're going to delete this. We're going to go fractal. Which one do I pick? I think I'll pick this one, fractal Sun 2. And immediately you will see something happening, right? But it's invisible because we have a very similar color, a darker tone. So we're gonna make sure we go down, and under the height, we're gonna increase this to 1. And now we see the level of detail that it sort of brings, right? I mean, insane, right? Insane level of detail. But again, this is a little bit of an overkill, which we don't want. I mean, completely depends on you, but I think this is too much. And that's why I'm just going to go back to our bump fractal generator. I'm just going to decrease this a little bit. Right. So I'm going to have it on certain portions of the body, not all. And I also do think the bumps are too much. So just going to go back here on the base layer, and instead of 1, I think I'm just going to go with something like this. I think that's pretty cool. It's fine. A nice balance of stuff. Cool. I think that's pretty cool. Once we've done that, right? Again, we can just keep on adding layers and layers of information. So again, I'm just going to do another one. Going to do another generator. Going to do another generator. This time a little bit more lighter color. So I'm just going to go again, fill layer. Select the colors that I want, which is lighter tone. A little bit of light. No, that's too much. Something like this. And what I'm going to be doing is, again, similar process. Add black mask. Add generator. This is, I think, in the generator. I'm going to go back. I'm going to go select something called cloud. I'm just going to select cloud 1. And you can see immediately there's something. But again, we have to make sure that our balance is correct. Our contrast is good. So, I mean, yeah, like different layers we could add. It's just insane. I mean, again, just like sculpting, you can go on and on. Adding more detail to this, but again, we are working with time. So this is going to add a little bit more details to this. Again, I just want to go one more time. I'm doing this process repetitively. I think it would be really cool for you guys to have that sort of embedded in that. And just because we have time. And for this, I'm just going to go. It's going to go something regarding curvature, right? So the colors. We're working with the same tone. This tone might be a little bit incorrect. Maybe a little bit darker color, right? Maybe. Let's see how it sort of affects. We can always change that. And again, we sort of add black mask. We add our generator. We add, for this one, we add curvature. Ooh, very nice. So you can see immediately the curvature has highlighted some details, which is really cool. And just look at that, right? Like different merges of the colors. It's just fantastic. And this is what we want. We could, I mean, I wouldn't dare. Okay, so the curvature balance, we probably need to decrease a little bit. Go global blur, maybe a little bit more, I think. Would be nice to have. Would be nice to have more of this, but yeah, have that sort of. Cool, I like this. Maybe what I would also want to do is, I'll go over to the layer, and over here under normals, you can see there's something called 100, right? This is the opacity, and you can change the opacity just like in Photoshop, right? So I'm just going to go with this 70%. I think that, yeah, that's cool. So I'm going to go with 70%. And for the last layer, I'm just going to go with something emissive, right? Something normal. So once we have that, again, we're just going to go get fill layer. Very similar process. For base color, let's just say for the emissive, I want a blue color to complement. Maybe this bright blue color. And then we go black mask. We add that black mask. Then we add generator. And please make sure, actually, let's leave it for the last. One thing that you do want to do is, in the texture setting, I did it again, guys. I did it again. Oh wow. Okay, we're back. We're back. Cool. So we're not back. We're back. Nice. Okay, so in texture settings, what I want you guys to do is, at the moment we don't have an emissive channel, right? This is something that we need to add. So we go to channels and we press plus, and over here we will have something called emissive. Right? We want to make sure that we click that, and once we click that, you will have our emissive maps, and now we can add emissive to our layer, right? So the way it would work is as follows. Once we have the emissive generator, over here, I'm just going to go for something called grunge spots, and immediately you'll see some, some options. I think this one's cool. And you can see, right, cool stuff. But what we want to do is we want to make sure that we have the emissive on. So how are we going to do that? The way we'll do that is we'll go back to our base fill color. We'll turn on emission, right? Make sure we click that. And then we also want to do some height to this, right? It doesn't look right. Cool. Nice. And once we've done the height, the emissive color, we can select that, right? We can have a nice weird look, by the way. If you can see, it's blue, but it's emitting red light. So the container itself is blue. So I think that gives quite a nice look. I don't know if I should go ahead with it, but let's see. It's automatically saving itself. I think, yeah, super important time. We need to save this, save as. And we need to go to our desktop, intrinsic species. Then we're just going to go call it substance painter SST underscore textures. Let's save. We're just going to play it safe now for now, and I'm just going to go with the blue because we're going to be taking it to 3ds Max, so we don't exactly know how that's going to react. So yeah, we'll just keep it to the blue, the nice blue. Yeah, maybe even a little bit darkish tone. So it sort of creates that contrast and that 3D look. Okay, cool. I think I'm happy with that. And now what the cool thing is, you basically created a very smart material, right? And now going through all the process again for the headpiece would be a disaster. So what we want to do is, we want to make sure that we select the top layer, and then we select the bottom layer, and then we click over here, which is almost like it's called add a folder. Once we add a folder, what do we call the folder? We say it's our intrinsic feature. And once we select all these different layers, we're just going to drag and drop them on the folder. And now we have a folder, right? And what we can do is we can right click this and we can create a smart material out of it. Once we create a smart material out of it, our intrinsic creature is right here now. It is a complete smart material on itself. And then our work has been, you don't have to do this for everything. So once that's done, guys, we'll just go head over to our head, which has absolute no detail. And we're just gonna go and drag and drop that material on top of the head. It's gonna take time to process. Nice. And all now that we have to do is sort of go back to the layers, and we can delete this base layer. And what we want to do is just change the base colors. Really, as simple as that. So I'm just going to go with a little bit of a brownish look. So maybe, or maybe a little bit more like, yeah, okay, something like that. Something like that. Okay, cool. And then I just have to go through each of the base layers. Make sure I'm doing some sort of, some cool pattern, some cool mixture of colors. Right, so for this, I'm just going to go a little bit purple. And, for this, I think this is fine. For this one, I think I'll change the colors to a little bit more brownish. Maybe a little bit more yellowish. Something much more subtle. Yeah, I think I like this. And then we're just going to go back again. Let's do that. Again, something like that. A little bit mushroomy. I think I like that. And then we're just going to go again, some other textures that we're going to be using. Okay, over here we can go like a nice orange. So we can go a nice orange. Right. Nice brown. Actually, something darker might suit well. Yeah. And once that's done, again, I'm just going to go to the emissive, and I will change this color to a orange. Orange. Yeah. Once I have that, I think that looks cool. I'm going to go to the materials, and I'm just going to go back. Okay, again, as you can see here, we don't have the emissive option here. So we have to go again to text for our headpiece, add, and then we're going to add emissive. Once we do that, we can go back to layers, go back to emissive is already on now. Then we just need to color this. Yeah. Something like that, nice. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. I think that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Yep. All good. Do you have any questions? Chat. Okay. Okay, cool. Once we have that going on with ourselves, I think I'm really happy with these textures. I'll just save. And the next step is basically to export these textures, right? What we're going to be doing now is we're just going to go File. We're going to go Export Textures. Over here, we need to make sure that if we don't have anything, right? We don't have, the safest option is to basically go for PBR, metallic roughness. If you don't have an iClone, which I don't, by the way. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to go as close as possible to that, to PBR metallic roughness. And that's the texture sets that output template that I want to use. And based on each size, I think you can take this based on each size because we already have 4K map. So that's fine. Again, we're exporting 60 textures, so takes a bit of time. And then for the output, you want to go to the output template and you want to select PBR metallic roughness. What you want to make sure though is at the moment our normal is DirectX, right? And remember we said that we want to make sure that it's OpenGL. We want to make sure that we drag this over here on top and RGB channel. We select this and then we convert this to OpenGL. Super important. And we're pretty much done with the outputs. This is the list of the outputs that we'll have against a lot of different textures that we have for each of the UV tiles. So what we want to do in settings, by the way, is go back and then intrinsic species. And over here, I'm just going to create another folder just called SSP and texture map. And I want to select this folder as my base folder, right? So I have everything correct, I believe. And now we export. It says export cancelled. Export. We click again. Nice. So green means everything has been nicely done. Yep. I think we're good to go. One thing that we do need to, for example, let's just say again, for testing stakes, we go back to our character creator, which we already have open. And I'm just going to select the head. And what we want to change this is to, in the texture, under texture settings, we want to make sure that this is PBR. And once we have PBR, we can select the base color. And then go to our SSP textures, where we have all the textures basically exported. Really cool. 60 textures. That's a lot. And then I'm just going to select the head. I'm just going to place it in. And by the looks of it, fantastic. We have successfully done our job. Really cool. So we know our texture exports are successful now. And then what we want to do is we want to go ahead and map them on, because I want to show you something really cool. So this is going to take a little bit of time. Just, for example, if I have these maps, CC4 maps, I'm just going to have it here. And I'm going to go to intrinsic species. I'm going to go SSP texture maps. I'm just going to drag and drop these stuff here. Right. So emissive goes with glow. And then we have the metallic that goes with the metallic. And then we have the normal that goes on the bump map. A little bit of time. Okay. What's wrong? Hopefully it doesn't crash. Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Phew. So once we have the please select bump channel map, we want to go and make sure and change it to normal and select OK. And then we should see this. And if you see this, it's fine. That is because we don't have this setting affecting all the maps, right? So what we want to do is we want to make sure we go here, and then we go affect format. Change anything. Okay, I think we changed this. Okay, I think I'm just gonna go delete this. Oops, sorry about that. I deleted the whole mesh. We're gonna go select. Just gonna delete this. Again, the normal maps are. I think the normal maps are nicely placed. By the way, the normal maps are working fine. Okay. I think it was just the settings for the base mesh. So I'm just gonna go again. Gonna select the base color. Go in. Select the base color. And drop that in. You see this. Need to make sure not affect all. So what's happening here? Okay, I think that's fine. No, it's not fine. Oh, I think I know what's wrong. Emissive is fine. The texture map somehow it's not mapping correctly. And we don't know why. Oh, cool. Okay, now fixed. Now it's good. Okay, sweet. You know, once you start sort of changing different settings, I think it sort of affects it in a certain way you don't want. So, yeah. Okay, cool. Now it's correct. So again, if we change a few of the different settings, you know, our texture maps might go a little bit crazy, but certainly don't want that. But yeah, so you can see here, we have a substance open, which is this one. And you can see sort of similarity here. That sort of tells you that we've done that correctly. But now the one thing that I want to make sure though is super important. Not sure what this does, but yeah, we'll keep this on. Cool. So we have our textures here, looking nice. And now we're going to be doing the human head. So again, very similar stuff. It's going to go here, have my app open, and what I'm going to do here is as follows. I'm just going to put all the maps here first. That's the first thing. So for example, for the head, not the emissive. Okay, I can put the emissive. And then I'm going to put the bulk map for the head. And I think it's going to give me the same similar sort of normal. And cool. And now once I have all the maps, I'm just going to go affect all channels, and I'm just going to go here. Yeah. So instead of doing each and every single one of them individually, you can just do it at once, right? Once you have all the maps. So bad practices doing them individually. So once we've done that, again, I'm just going to go to the body, quickly do this. Have time. And going to select the base mesh, going to drop that in. Going to select the emissive. Okay, along the channel. Going to go to emissive. And I'm going to drop the bulk map. Again, sorry, normal map. Make sure you do that. And then at the end, we can do total ratio. We're just going to flip it, and voila. Look at the level of detail that you have preserved, right? Super interesting, super cool. All of these textures. And the fun part is actually ahead. So for the arms, similar process. Just making sure. Cool. And for the last part, we have a leg. Leg. By the way, we do have everything for the nails as well. So, but I'll just show you a quick trick. You can do that. The legs, but actually we might use them just cause. Map again. Okay. Then we have the glow. The last one. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Correct. 4. Then we have the glow ones with ourselves. can immediately see the effect. For the, let's go for the nails as well, because why not? Since we're at it, so a drop here. The map. Super important though. I want to save this. You know, you never know when it's going to crash. So, okay. By the way, we haven't done one thing for our legs. Same sort of procedure. Flip V. And now we see it properly mapped onto the textures. So we're going to just go back to the nails. You know, we have everything here. We don't actually need the bump map, but why not? Last one is emissive. This is not emissive, sorry. And cool. So pretty cool. We have all our textures ready now. And as you can see here, this is pretty cool, right? We have our own custom-made character here. And now, you know, what I like to do is really, you know, I have this option where I can quickly change colors for these textures, and that's import those textures, and you know, keep on doing that over and over again, you know, and have as many different possibilities as possible. So really, you know, with this workflow, the sky's the limit. And again, one of the coolest things that we have here is this is completely editable. So if I'm going to poses, I can have the boxing pose, right? Our creature is already rigged, so we don't have to go through the hassle of doing anything of such kind. Can make it run, right? Again, super fun stuff. We can even, if you go to the templates accessories for the head, oh, I wouldn't dare put a hat on him. But let's just say for the torso, for the hat, we have a beret. For accessories or clothing, let's just say for shirts, we can even put a shirt on him, right? I mean, why not? Say dress shirt. This is super cool, right? But I mean, it's ready. Your character is super ready, customizable. And I don't want to do that though, so I'm just gonna press W because we still have work to do with this character. But anyways, the possibilities are endless, right? Like you get the point. We can even, for example, okay, so I'm just gonna close this down a little bit because it's just what I want to do is I want to select a motion, and I want to go perform, and maybe I just want to go this pose. And the really cool thing is here. Oh, hold a gun. And again, you can just keep having fun. What I want to do though is I want to do a custom pose. So again, I'm just going to go back to the actor, and I'm just going to go to, I believe was poses, calibration poses, and I'm just going to go back to the A pose. And then what I want to do is I want to go here and edit pose. Now over here, you have complete control. So for example, if you want to, let's just say move this, let's just make sure that we have this. Currently it's locked, by the way, so I think that's why it's not moving, but you see here. So once you select this, you can lock it down, and then this is unlocked. So, oh, I believe not. I think this is moving correctly with this alignment. Yeah, let me figure this one out. Okay, cool. Let me have this particular pose. Just moving everything, which I don't certainly don't want. Interesting. So I think the whole bone is actually moving together. The way I want to separate this, if I double click this and I unlock this, if I double click this, nice. Okay, cool. I mean, yeah, we could most definitely look into this. Have this sort of, sort of posture. I mean, it looks like a zombie. Maybe select this, then rotate this. I'm not gonna lie, I do like this. I do like where this is going. But I still can't figure out exactly why we are sort of, oh, I see why. I think now we've completely unlocked our character. I do believe that. Yep. Yep. Cool. So you can see here, we've completely unlocked our character. And the way you would do this is as follows. So you have the feet, which are locked in, pin both legs, and then you have pin both hands, and then you have pin limbs, and so on and so forth, and then no pins, which means basically we can individually move each and every single character, individually move each and every single without affecting the other. Of course, in some sense it does affect it, but like in, having it correctly done. Twist it and whatnot. So cool. I do not like this pose, by the way, but I'm just gonna go with something I found really interesting. This one. I like this surfing pose for some reason. I think it's pretty cool. It does give a creepy vibe. And then, we can edit this pose. Have that. And by the way, really cool thing is, you have all these different body motions. You can go to animations and you can have gestures. So for the hands, you can have it almost like claw-like, right? So if I double click this and I want to add it to both hands, so all of a sudden, I have both of these, looking really cool. And then once I have this, I can also edit the facial expressions, by the way. So one thing that I do want this guy to do, though, is make sure I have his face a little bit right. Yeah, so that we can see it. And then the way I would want this to go is I want to edit facial, and then we have already expressions here. So once you go to the settings, you go edit facial and emotions. You could go to expressions, and then over here you could go let's just say angry, right? I like this one. Or let's just say this one. All right. This is cool. So there's tons of expressions here, right? Tons of options to play around. I mean, it's fantastic, really. And sky's the limit, right? With these. So once you've done all of that, we can go to the fun part. So, like I just mentioned earlier, when we were setting our different characters, we were changing different stuff, like muscle mass group. We can still do that, by the way. So that's super cool. So you can go back here to your morph, and let's just say the chest scale you want to increase. You exponentially change the chest scale. Right. Up, but, I think that's because you have to go back to the normal pose. Then chest width is also increasing. Yeah, right. So super cool. Arm length. One thing that I do want to do though is I believe let me make sure I lock stuff. And whatever I have here, I need to make sure that I lock it because I think that's why it's sort of messing about. But again, we can make sure we can do this manually. So you can see here. So this is pretty cool. So instead of having small legs, a little bit weird, but I believe if we go back to our motion calibration, animation, pose, calibration, go to our character pose. I believe we'll have an easy time doing the calibration. Hopefully. Okay, I think it's just moving up. But no worries. I think we're still gonna. So you can see here, for example, like I have full. So I think I'm just gonna go back. So for example, you can really play around with stuff. Chest depth, really, pectoral muscles even. So you can really create another pectoral height as well, even anything related to height. And I just really like this, but I'm just gonna go back to my old pose because I think I really like this. Again, even the forehead you can mess about with, so really cool. It's just basically figure out exactly what you're looking for. For example, skull height. I can have this bloated look. I kind of like this stuff. Maybe we'll keep it. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe a little bit. Yeah, okay. I'm happy with this. So once we've done this, right, guys, once we're happy with all the stuff that we've made changes to, the only thing left is to basically export this into 3ds Max. So I'm just going to save this project. I'm just going to save this project. And I'm just going to go to export. And what we want to make sure is we export an FBX and clone character. We're doing this for 3ds Max, so make sure that we have 3ds Max on. Mesh and motion, correct. Prefix and poses. You don't need to change anything over here. Texture settings. Current pose, that's what we want. We want the current pose. And that's about it, really. I think that's pretty much it. So it's going to go export. Make sure we're extrinsic species. We're going to create a new folder. Export 3ds Max. In this, we're going to post feature. It's going to take a little bit of time. One thing. I think it's exported. All good. Still have this open, by the way. And now what we're going to be doing is opening 3ds Max straight away. Takes a little bit of time to start 3ds Max. Cool. Odin engine not found. Okay, we're just gonna go okay. Nice. Still taking a little bit of time to load. By the way, I think I can upload the mesh for you guys. In the Dropbox folder. You guys to go open this just to check the FBX. Really cool. Okay. That's fine. So I'm just gonna go with the FBX for you guys. So that you can follow along this part of the tutorial as well. In the moment, I'm just going to show you exactly how to export this. So 3ds Max, once you open this, you'll have all the layers on your left-hand side. And on the right-hand side, you'll have all the modifiers, everything that's got to do with geometry, everything that's got to do with keeping that geometry in order is towards your left. So I'm just going to go hover over perspective, and I'm going to press Alt W. What Alt W does is it sort of maximizes the different frames. And once we have that, I think we're ready to import. So I'm just going to go far. The purple. Let's get 2 minutes. I believe I'll get for this. Because again, we will be making the materials in V-Ray. So we can't use materials that are exported from Character Creator because, of course, they're very low resolution. And that somehow the settings for the exports. Again, we want to play with the textures. We want to, do color corrections. We can't do that. So hence, for this part and for the visualization part, we'll have our textures mapped onto our geometry separately. Okay, it's Max. One minute. Okay. I mean, let me see. let's see what our progress is. Cool. So you should have the FBX now. Just download it, follow steps for this. So once we have that maximized, I'm just going to go to File. I'm just going to go Import. I'm going to go Import. In this PCs, I'm just going to locate our. This was, I believe, transit PCs. We have our export for 3ds Max. We have our port character. Once we open this, there's a few options that are going to be there. If your morph is open, I would suggest you untick this because we don't need this morph. And what it is basically a very small proxy mesh that shows your character's original pose. And I think it's for visualization sakes, but we don't need that. So we're just going to export everything, right? You will even have the rig available here. So it's going to be again on the A pose, but no worries. We just need to make sure that we go to the right frame. Okay, some weird things happening. I think it's because of our deformation, but no worries. Again, once we have this sort of mesh, I do want to figure out what exactly is going on with our export. The way we would get rid of all these bones is just select and select child nodes. So right click and then select child node. And once it's done that, we can turn this off completely. But I do want to see. Okay. It's pretty funny. I think it's because of the morphs that we did. So that's no problem. Maybe you want to do that again. Some nice bloopers there. I think maybe it's because of the way I've imported things. So let's try import post feature. Right. As I said, I do keep the morphs. Let's just see what happens. Oh, actually, I want to cancel the old geometry. Yes. I want to interrupt this process and I want to delete. Again, select child node and open it, everything. And then I just want to delete everything. Okay. Because, I'm just going to import this again. Import, post creature. Maybe I do want morphs. I do want deformations. Let's see. Let's see if there's the same problem that we're facing. Hopefully not. Okay, so we have our character. Nice. So I think it was the morphs. And again, what we need to do is, again, go here, select child nodes, and then close them off. And then now we have our mesh. One thing I do want to check quickly though. So we have V-Ray enabled, right? The way we would check this stuff is as follows. So on the top, you should have V-Ray panel here already embedded. And over here, we're going to go V-Ray plane line. And once we click that, it's going to ask, are we changing our render to V-Ray? And we said yes. Once we've done that, so we're just going to drag our light. We're just going to drag it up. Yeah. So on the top, person, feature. And this is just for testing, right? And once we have that sort of thing going for us, what we're going to make sure is we're going to select our renderer. render setup. Once we click that, we will have this sort of dialog box coming up. What we want to do is we want to go to V-Ray and we want to go to start IPR. Okay. So this is what I was talking about, by the way. So, yeah. Person right here. Okay. So we need to get rid of this, but again, it's not part of the mesh, part of the performance. The way we could get rid of this is once we stop our IPR, we don't need this. We're going to go to our body, and we're going to click over here, modify. And over here we have the morphos. What we can do is we can maybe turn it off or have some sort of settings here. Okay, cool. We do have the morpho face morphs stuff. Where we get rid of this is, again, let me try exporting all of our stuff again. Let's try now. Open them up. If not, we're just going to continue with the tyFlow. So I'm just going to go import those textures, first texture. Let's go with this for those. Let's see if we get rid of skins. Okay. I believe the way it's happening is because it's sort of exported the morphs that happen to the face, and that's why you see the face flatten. Yeah, that is why you see that. So I do want to check if to see if I have skins, and then let's try this again. Hopefully this time there's success. It's one of those small things. And I think we're good to go. Fantastic. Yeah. Cool. So I'm just gonna go select file node, and gonna make sure that this is like this. We have a character. And then I'm just gonna delete this person here. And just for double checking, if you still have that thing over there, I'm just gonna go start IPR, and we don't have that, right? So that is coming from the morphs. Cool. And apologies, you've not been seeing that, but okay. So what we had before was a small, we had a small figure here that is basically a guide to the deformers, and we were trying to get rid of that. So the way you get rid of this is exactly re-import and then make sure that your morphs is off. Cool. Once we have all of that now set, that is really good, and we can move on to tyFlow. The way we do tyFlow is, again, we go to this plus sign here, and we go here to our geometry tab. Our geometry tab, I'm just going to click tyFlow, and I'm just going to open that up right here. Once I have that opened, I'm just going to go to, so over here, you create, and here you modify, right? Once I open the modify panel, I'll have a bunch of different options for this. So what I want to do is open editor, and you would see something like this, which is cool. So we have to do a lot of texturing, and I think we have time for it. So I think it's going to be cool. So, but first we need to make sure that we have our next level of detail on top of these guys, which is our mushroom, which you'll also find in the intrinsic species folder. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to import those right there. So again, go File, Import, Import, and I'm just going to go back. Okay, so I have those placed in a different folder. My bad. So webinar content. So I'm going to copy these bridge assets. I'm going to paste it in my folder. Yeah, bridge assets. Cool. And now I will access them. So I can just like minimize this and go File, go Import, Import, and then we're going to go back, bridge assets. And what I would suggest though for this is the LOD itself is 141 KB, but of course we're going to scatter this around the body and the head. So might as well take LOD4 because it's smaller in size. Again, we can do fewer epoxy meshes, but I really want to show you how you can sort of have that as a mesh within your scene, because I think it's much more easier to manipulate and sort of art direct your shots for render, because when you can actually see the mesh. So once you have that, just click it and open. I'm just going to leave everything as it is, and you're going to have all of these different mushrooms, right? Cool. What you want to do is you want to make sure you separate these, separate these, separate these, separate these. Okay, cool. So we have a bunch of different meshes here. Now I'm going to go back to tyFlow. Again, I'm going to go to Modify, Open Editor, and over here, I want to really, sort of do this in a way manually and not scatter this completely using the automation. So again, this is where you art direct stuff, right? So I'm just going to go. So you basically, if you want to search for an operator, you just press Tab, and you get a search bar. Or else you want to drag and drop from here. I'm just going to do bird paint. And what bird paint does is as follows. So let's just say I want a bird point on top of this mesh. I'm just going to select this. Actually, let's go for the head first. I'm going to go select for the head. And once I select paint, I will see something, right? So the controls for this is press Shift. Press Shift. And scroll your mouse button up. And you will see the scale go up, right? You can see the points. And it automatically sees the normals as well from the surface, which is really cool. So again, sort of going over on top. And then if you press Alt and you move your middle mouse button, you will see you can sort of decrease the quantity of the points in the mesh. Right. So for this, I'm gonna go 28. And once I do that, I have all the points here now. Once I have all the points here, now we're active, we're live, right? Now what I want to do is I want to introduce a shape here. So I'm going to press Tab again. I'm just going to go Shapes. I'm going to press Shape. Now in the shape, currently we only have triangles. You can see the triangles. Are they inside? You can see the triangles, right? Yeah. Very small, very small. But you see here, these are the triangles. But we're not worried about the triangles. We don't want the triangles. We want to insert our own mesh. So we want to do what we want to do is we want to delete this, remove. Then we can select all of our meshes if you want. And then we can go add selected. Once we do that, we are going to see some stuff. Right? We're going to see some stuff pretty cool. Some meshes around, right? All over the place, right? Once we have that, actually, you know what? I'm just going to make sure These look significantly small. If you have the scale as 100%, these look significantly small. So what I want to make sure though, particle orientation. That on all surfaces, by the way, we can seamlessly paint everywhere. So I'm just looking at different options here. I think that's fine. No, so no random rotation. But I just want to clear this paint, erase. Yes, clear all painted, and I just want to paint again on this mesh. So there's a certain orientation that's going on. I go see. Yep. If you go to X, this is the correct orientation. So make sure your particle orientation is to X. Otherwise, you would have all mushrooms in weird positions. So I'm just going to increase the number of mushrooms just because it's really cool. Not the wisest choice, but okay, I'll just go for this one. Cool. Press double. Okay. Once I have that, really cool. Once we have that, we can also go in and adjust the scale. So I'm going to press scale. Over here, we're just going to go 100%. If you want to go more, let's just go 150%. Because at the moment, I feel like it's super small. So cool. We have some really cool clusters as well, positions. Maybe over here, we need to do a little bit more painting. Okay, cool. I mean, I like this. And this is cool. I like this. Once we have that, once we have all our scales correctly done, we can press again tab. And what we want is export particles. Now we don't want it as type, we want it as objects. And what we want is to name them head mushroom. Head mushroom. And let's just call the active layer head. And then we're going to generate objects from particle. So that's 131 particles exported completely. And once we turn this off, so over here we can turn off the definition, and then we have the different particles here, all in our scene, 131 of them. And what we want to do is we want to go in, select everything. Okay. Double press it. And right click, add to new layer. I believe we've added it to a new layer, or not. Okay. So I think I'm just going to go. Okay, yeah. So we were in filter mode. So sort by hierarchy, you want to make sure that you change by filter mode. And now you have everything here, right? So you have everything in the layers. What I would want to do is I want to go here and name them head mushroom. Because initially we did create a layer, but it didn't actually work. So I'm just going to go delete this. Cool. And now we have, and now we just need it for the body, right? So let's go again to tyFlow, modify, open editor. I'm just going to go here, and we're going to go we're going to erase everything, right? We just don't want anything here. We close this. Want to clear all painted particles, which we already have now. And then we're just going to go to the same step, paint. We're going to select this, paint. By the way, the reason why it's doing to the head is again because we do have the head. We do have a bunch of it forming on the. I mean, why not, right? Let's go ahead. Gonna go paint other stuff. Particularly like stuff in the back. This is just doing a concept, right? Of course, there's multiple ways we can do this. Cool. I like this. And the scale maybe we go 200. Maybe. Cool. And once we have that, what we want to do is go to export particles and generate objects from particles. So we have 750 particles already done. What I didn't do though is I didn't make sure that I named them. That's fine. So again, I'm just going to close this. And then we're going to go to hierarchy. I'm just wondering, where are the mushrooms? So once you have these mushrooms, oh, fantastic. You have everything now in one single layer. That is fantastic. You know, okay, cool. That's fantastic. We have two different layers, and I'm just going to rename this body mushroom. Cool. Now, what we want to do though is we want to make sure we open the material editor, and the way you open material editor is by pressing M. Just simply pressing M or clicking here. Over here, we're just going to do what's the time. We are definitely ahead of schedule, which is awesome. And I hope it's sort of explains well everything. So materials, and we could go to V-Ray materials. Actually, it's completely up to you, but let's just say V-Ray materials for the mega scans. So at the moment, once you hover over the V-Ray option, it's computing, and it takes its time. So just going to wait for that. Cool. Okay, once it's done, I just want to make sure I save this file. Super important. Next up, we're going to go extrinsic species, and it's going to go exports. Let's go scene. Intrinsic scene. Cool. Once we have that, we're good to go. Now let's press M. And once we have the material editor open, we can go to materials, go to V-Ray, and we can select V-Ray MTL. V-Ray MTL. Once we have done that, all we need is just bitmaps. So for example, if I go, I can go general, and I can just go the materials, general. Oh, actually, no. I have to go map, general, and over here I need to select the bitmap here, right here. At the moment, there's nothing there. So it's sort of asking for the image itself. So what we're going to do is go to desktop, go to our intrinsic species, go to our bridge assets. And over here, we have our base color, which is our diffuse map or our albedo, whatever you want to call it. I'm just going to select and open this up. All right. And as soon as you see this diffuse go into this, it's already going to map itself. Now, the real cool thing is, once I select all of this, I go select child node. We have everything selected. So again, click, right click, select child node. And I'm just going to apply this material. Yeah. And assign to selection. Yes. And there you go. Immediately you see all the diffused sort of textures are already there. Now what you want to do though is you want to make sure the settings are correct. So for this one, you want to make sure your blur is 0.01 because it's blurring the textures. And the rest is fine. Rest is fine. And what we want to do is we want to shift and drag, right? That's all we want to do. So shift and drag. We're just going to see our materials. So for example, we have the normals. So I'm just going to select the normal and going to place it in the bump map, right? And you will see, you'll see now this bump map. I want you to take this off. Okay, at the moment you can't see them because this is a standard way of seeing things, right? So you can't really see stuff. So again, shift, drag, and next thing that I'm going to select is our roughness, our gloss. I'm going to select gloss, selection gloss. We have that gloss up. Then go again. It's going to go select roughness, specular. That's our front. There. And then we're just going to go with our roughness. So for roughness, I'm going to select this. I'm just going to put it in roughness. So basically build the whole material. And again, over here, we can go over here and we can play around with some of the settings here. So let's just say we're not really happy with our map. For example, I want more textures to be, so we can go to the bump and we can change the value to 100, right? This would amplify the effect of the normal map. And similarly, we can do it to everything, right? But I think I really like this. And now onto building the texture maps for the body. So I'm going to press M again. And for this, I'm just going to go select, and I'm just going to take a PBR material, or we can, you can take V-Ray materials, but again, I'm just going to go materials, general. I'm just going to go PBR materials, metallic roughen, because that's how we sort of exported our map, right? Well, if you remember from Substance. Once we've done that, one thing that we do need to do is, again, we need to just copy paste, drag. And one thing that we do need to change with these maps, right? Remember, we flipped UVs. So we're going to see that. One thing that I do want to do is, again, so this whole mesh consists of multiple UV types, and specifically the 4 main UV types. So what we need is a multi-sub object. Now, if you don't see it here, you go to right-click, Materials, General, and then you go to multi-sub object. Okay. And over here, let's just say we can set a number. We have currently four. Currently on four. That's what we're going to do. And now all of the materials that we're going to be making will be going into this one big material that is going to stick on top of this mesh, right? So I'm just going to select this. I'm just going to go here. I'm going to select my bitmap. I'm going to go back. The SSP textures that we had. I'm just going to select the head. And immediately you'll see something. Might be not put to by. There you go. So again, I think the mapping is not correct. For that, you again flip this to -1. I believe this is correct. Let's just double check this. And this should be correct. Let me double check this. So double check. Okay, so let's actually have all our materials first on. But actually no, I want to make sure that everything is working correctly before we have all our materials on. So let's just make sure we're doing that before we add textures. One touch. I'm gonna check doing this correctly. You know, all the back and forth with different programs, you know, you want to make sure that you're doing these things correctly. Make sure I tested it working properly. Cool. We can continue with our materials. At least we can do this, right? We can make sure that we have, because for everything we would need this. For again, shift, drag and drop, copy paste, and then we have our -1. That's what I'm going to go with. And base color, we have our body. Open that up, and you can see there's, you know, the mapping is not correct. Primarily because where will continue. So it's going to go have it here. Okay, everything's cool. Just gonna make sure we have the correct mapping. before checking. Okay, cool. So over here, and I'm just going to go -1, and that's what we wanted to do. Actually, we don't want to offset, we want to tile this correctly. So again, everything is nice, clean, everything touches mapping properly. Cool. Now, what we need to do is we just need to plug and play our stuff, really. So for example, we have our normal map. So I'm just gonna go plug in that. Gonna go back to a head, select our normals, and that's going to get mapped onto it. We have our emission. If you didn't forget, we have our emission. I'm just gonna go back here. Gonna go select the first one, the head, and we have our emissions. So pretty cool. You can already see the level of detail that's coming about. And once we have all of that, cool. That's all we need. Maybe we need the metallic. So let me go here. Let me go metalness. If we do, I do remember we have a metal texture. Actually, the metallicness is all black for everything. So I don't really think we need it. So all good. Fantastic. So we have this material. Actually, what I'm going to do is even better. Just going to go select all of this and then shift down. And then sort of paste that in. And then connect the correct maps. Just connect the correct maps. Simple. For stiffness. Nice. Similar stuff. So we have our map. Again, this part is really, just keep on redoing it. So bear with me, guys. Quite repetitive. So you can see everything's coming together really nicely. Again, so I'm just going to do the last one. And then I do believe we have materials for, but I'm going to, those are, negligible. So I'm not going to bother doing the nails. But of course, you're welcome to do those. To the legs. Normal maps to the leg. And then the stiffness for the legs, which is 154. Cool. Now we have everything that we need. The one thing that we are missing though is again, just going to create another material. Select everything and then shift. And then we're just going to go for the head, which we forgot. So this guy, the normals, and then for the aggressiveness. Right. And then the one way you could assign materials is you could select and assign materials, or you could just click from here and then sort of select the mesh here. Just drag, and you can already see. So nice. Everything is set as we wanted it to. I'm just going to save the whole scene. Just going to hide this, by the way. Oh, sorry. Like this, yeah. Okay, cool. Fantastic. Next step is just setting up the light. So at the moment we have this V-Ray light on top. And again, if you go to the render setup, which is also F10, if you press that, I think we already have something going on here. through IPR. And if we start with our IPR, there it is. You can already see. Let me zoom in as well. It's already looking pretty awesome. I mean, look at that. That's just the arm. Nice. Okay. So I'm just gonna drag it to the side. I just want to show a few settings. We are going to be using. We're not going to be setting up a camera, just because I think this is much more nicer. You can move the camera. You can move your perspective. You know, you can capture everything in real time, especially when we're making a single image. No need. So I'm just going to go to the settings for V-Ray, and I'm just going to go through over some of the settings with you guys. So for example, for the resolution itself, we can set the resolution here. So let's just say 2K. Then just so that we have a higher definition. And you know, let me just show you something pretty cool. You know, once it's sort of done, it looks pretty cool. So just showing you guys that result with minimal effort. The lighting, by the way. So once we have that gone, what we need to do maybe subdivisions is fine as 100. Again, looking for light cache is fine. We're doing 1000 subs. So for example, you go in GI, a little bit illumination, go light cache, and make it to 1000 if it's not already. Because again, this is, you know, the level of detail that we're going to grab from the light. And yeah, I think that is good settings. The only thing that we probably need is if you're going to be post-producing stuff, we just need to add the light mix. Light mix is super important because then we can, you know, change the intensity of the lights after our render is done. So I would add that. Then we can go to stuff like material IDs. You know, go reflection, refraction, render ID. So yeah, I mean, I think for now this is more than enough. And one thing that I do want to show you guys is that I'm going to close this and press M again. And one thing I do want to show you guys is once we head over to these materials, we can still play with the settings. We can still play with the settings. So, for example, the normal map is actually right now is 1. Actually, I think the head would be a good example. The normal map is 1 at the moment, and I think it's 4. You can go 2, and it's just see how all the details just sort of increasing. The texture is increasing, and what I love in these renders is really probably the texture. Just having that sort of texture is really cool. It adds so much to, you know, the details. So that's what I suggest. What I'll probably do with everything. So, ooh, and there we go. We have a first crash. Okay, and yes, close, cancel. We have a first crash. That was due. So once we've done that, guys, just go to export. We're just going to reopen our scene. I mean, I don't remember the last time we saved, so let's hope that it's at a good level. Yes, 15 stuff. Takes the time to load. I'm still waiting. Just 3ds Max doing 3ds Max things. Okay, I mean, geez. Okay, I think I think this is definitely not good. But we do have the mushroom. Now the mushroom. Can't see the mushroom. Okay, so all kind of stuff happening here. Well, guys, make sure you save, I guess. Because it's so far. Oh, okay, cool. Okay, I mean, yeah, fantastic. Phew. Yeah, cool. What a save. Uh, what a save. Okay. So let's just take it step by step, really. I'm just going to go to filters. I'm just going to go back. We have all our mushrooms in place at least, so we don't have to go to tyFlow again. I'm just going to open Material Editor. We do have our materials also made, but that is also a good one, I believe. Our materials are intact, essentially. Our materials are all intact. High quality. Okay, yeah, cool. Okay, good. I love that. High quality. But let's not operate on this because I feel like it's going to crash again. So standard, I'm just going to go with standard. And make sure that we save as desktop, Extrinsic species, exports for 3ds Max, scene. It's going to call it O2. And okay, cool. So we have all our materials applied, by the way, for everything. And that what we were going to do was just sort of play with our normal map and just go for values higher, just to have that sort of texture. So I'm just going to quickly do that. And again, guys, yeah, just hopefully this sort of elevated your thinking in terms of what is possible from this workflow. I think it has tremendous potential. And I'm just scraping the surface of this workflow, really. Once you master sculpting, character creation, and try to do specific things, it truly is fantastic workflow. So this is done, I believe. I'm just going to close this. I'm just going to again save my file because I don't want it to crash again. And I'm just going to move this plane up a little bit. And for the multiplier, I think it's too harsh right now. So let's go for 10. And I'm just going to select this and press shift. And if I shift and drag, it makes a copy of it, which I want. And I'm just going to press E. So E is for rotate, or if you want to put it, if you want to press here, over here, I'm just going to go create a set of different light for a character. So this is rather with targeted rectangle disk directional. It is a 100% directional light. We do want it to be less, almost like a 3, right? Once we have that, let's see its position. I want to make sure it's a certain way. And I don't want that contrast. So I'm just going to open the IPR. Similar, press this button, render setup, or press F10. And I'm just going to go to V-Ray. I'm going to start IPR because I want to see how this looks. And at the moment, looks all right. Not exactly what I had in mind, but So again, I'm just going to select this, by the way. And what we want to do is, at the moment, we can see stuff in our render, right? We want to get rid of that. So once we open this, we go to options, and in the options, we have the toggle invisible. I want to click that invisible, and that will get rid of our light, right? So we don't know exactly where it's coming from. Okay, the application error attempts to save current scene. Don't know what's happening here, but no idea. I think it's because I have the IPL open. I need to make sure I don't do that again. So close. So don't have the IPL open like I did, unless you have a material override. So you work in basically matte white. It overrides all the materials until you set up the lighting. But I was looking for a quick one. It's good that we're going through this. Always good to go through bugs and crashes so that we understand what the problem is. Don't have substance open, which we don't need. So let's save this. But cool. Once we move to the timeline, we get the stuff. Okay, cool. So I have this light. I'm going to modify color. Go up. I'm gonna have this as maybe 20. 20. I just want to have this as a normal color. Nice. Once we have that, I want to go to options, and I want to make sure that it's invisible. So I don't want it to show everywhere. And then over here, we're just going to create a copy. Similar setup. I'm going to go quickly. Go right beside the light. And this time, I'm not going to have a directional. I'm going to have a normal line. Bigger one with a less multiply. Let's say 10. Just define. And I want to say, for example, this one, that one. Just gonna go over here quickly, make sure everything is correct. Okay. Cool. So the settings are correct. Okay, I think I'm fine with this. Just gonna set up this camera here. I'm just gonna save this file as well. That's important. Save. And I'm looking for something of this sort of angle, right? You know, something close up. And I'm just gonna start the APR at this point. I like the light. I do like the light. one thing that I do want to make sure I think we don't have is our render elements. Yep, just as I suspected, we don't have our light mix. Don't have our crypto mix. And we don't have our, I think, light select. Let's have that. Then have our material ID. Sweet. And also, by the way, we don't have our red settings. So I want to go 2K. Okay. So far, so good. And the way we would actually see this is, by the way, I'm going to go to default settings. So there's all these different ways you could, sort of see. And the way you would, and for example, these are all the default shadings, different stylized versions of how you can view the viewport. And if you go into perspective, you can have the show frames, which basically show you how the camera is going to sort of put this. And I think this is good. You want to start again, that IPR. Or I do feel the top light is a bit too strong. Or maybe not. I just want to change the color of this. Add something colder to extenuate the blue. And then probably have 10 as a multiplier. And at the top, let's have it as 10 as well. Then I want to start the IPR. To remove the camera. I think I like that. I think that's cool. Let's see. Yeah, I think I like that. And we have light mix available as well now. So I think I'm going to render this out. So I would stop this here. I really like this. I'll make sure I put the okay. I'm just gonna go again, save. And then once I have this, I'm just gonna click render. Click render. Cool. Any questions? No question. Okay. All good. Guys, it will take time, but you'll get all the content and you can practice in your own time. It is sort of advanced in terms of the back and forth between the programs. But once you understand the pipeline, I think there's fantastic ways you can explore stuff. And you can see, right? There's some really cool detail that we have here. I mean, look at all the different textures. And so I'm just going to let it render for the next 10 minutes. And I think anyone can take a little bit of a break. Um, you know, yeah, because since we didn't have a break, so I think 10 minutes would be fine. And I'll just let this render up.
Sounds good. Is there more after?
No, it's just basically the render, and then we'll just I don't know, go through a little bit of Photoshop and stuff, uh, and just have like a final visual.
Okay, sounds good.
All good. All right, guys. Yeah, see you back in 10 minutes. Hey guys, 10 minutes. I think this is pretty good. We're capturing really a whole lot of detail. So I'm just going to stop the render here and hopefully play around with a few of the different. Again, you know, some of the things that we could play with is to sharpen them out. The blur radius we don't really care about. The light mix, definitely. So for example, the self-illumination right now is at 1. And you know, we really want the glow to pop out. So maybe in place of 1, I'll go 3. And you can see immediately things are popping out much more. And even 5, why not? Cool. I think that is super cool. And then, you know, I think we can enable the lens effect as well, to enable glue. That really gives it the nice, you know, glowy feel. Cool. Again, size of it a little bit more, so that we have that sort of effect around it. Yeah, I think this is this is pretty cool. So I'm just going to stop the render here. Maybe at 12 minutes. Cool. I'm just going to stop it here. I'm pretty happy with the result. So I'll stop it here. Again, you know, some nice level of detail. And you can see the textures, the normal maps, everything really came through, right? Even for the hands, you have some textures going on. So the legs seem fine. Cool. So I'm just going to save this current channel to our exports for 3ds Max, and we're going to make a new folder. I'm just going to name it render. Gonna select. Basically, what I want to do is I want to do a JPEG, but I also want to do a PNG. So it's going to go to. I'm going to name it 2. And we have that. And then we have all the other different layers. So chromate is basically, you know, everything else, all the material IDs that are present. And then we have the glare, which is again something that we can use in post-processing. And then self-illumination, of course. All of this we can really use. And this is just the individual lighting effects. Again, you know, these are also some cool renders that you sort of like. Look at this one, right? Super creepy. I think I like this. Save current channel. I'm going to save this as 3. Save it as a JPEG. Super cool. Really creepy. Okay, I guess self-illumination is something that I want to. So I'm just gonna save that. Save current channel. Let's save it as 4. Again a JPEG. Cool. So we have essentially everything that we need. I don't need to do anything else. I'm just gonna close everything. Save the whole file. Okay. I don't know. And we have our renders over here. So I'm just gonna go open this with Photoshop, and just because we have time, I'm just going to quickly go over some post-processing techniques, or really small post-processing techniques that sort of, you know, enhance the visuals of your renders. Because of course, every single render requires, you know, some sort of post-processing. So the first thing that I like to do is I like to make a copy of this. And once I've made the copy of this, I'm just going to go to filter. I'm going to go to other. I'm going to go high pass. And what this does is really grabs all the details. So I think 1 pixel is fine because I can see a lot of different textures. And then I'm just going to press OK. Going to go over here. I'm just going to go overlay this, and immediately you can see some sort of there's some sort of difference, right? So if you want some nice textures to really pop up, what you do. Then I'm just going to go for color lookup. Try some different LUTs. I think this is cool, but it's too dark. Maybe this one really captures. I think I like this one. Yeah, I think this one really, balances the dark and cool. And last thing that I'm just going to do over here is I'm going to go to my layers. I'm just going to go the sort of global illumination, self-illumination. Actually, I don't want to do that. Have the full window open and then just drag and drop it here. Cool. And then I'm just going to do an lighten, right? So just if I do screen, I think I'll go light because I do want to maintain those contrasts. Cool. Copy this, paste it again, and then just do a small little setup here. Gaussian blur. And then mix it so you can see some sort of glows. Yeah. Nice. And we just need it to be green. You can see here. We do screen. I think it's a nicer effect. And yeah, cool. That is our intrinsic species webinar done. I'm just going to export this to the JPEG. We're just going to call it final render, large file. Save as final render. Cool. So there you go. Mike, you're still on? So yeah. Hope you guys sort of enjoyed that. Some really interesting things. And again, you can go back to Substance Painter, change all the colors, change the muscle types, and then you would have, a completely different sort of look. Guys, yeah, feel free to ask any questions if you have any. Not sure where Mike is.
I'm here.
Okay, cool. All right. So yeah, Mike, we're done. Really, if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask.
Well, it was an awesome Halloween webinar. Thank you so much, Mohammad, for your time. Seems everyone enjoy it. And yeah, of course, afterwards, when it's done, you'll get email for recording and certificates. And thank you, everyone. who attended live for the whole thing. It was really awesome.
Cool. Thanks, guys. We appreciate it. Hope you guys learned a lot.
Yeah, a lot of, and with no breaks.
Yeah, a lot of different techniques. A lot of different techniques. I think, yeah, once they look back at the recording, I think they'll sort of absorb everything. You know?
Yeah,
But
and you just did it straight through.
yeah, straight through.
You forgot to take any breaks. That's okay.
Yeah, this is the last. Sorry, guys, if this is too much.
No worries.
It's for no break. Thanks, Walter. I'll take this bonus point.
Okay, well, we'll end it here then, and let everyone enjoy the rest of their day or night wherever they are. Thank you again, Mohammed, and until next time.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Bye bye. Take care.
See you.
See you guys. See you. Bye.